So we're recording on Ustream, we're recording on the main camera. Now I'm starting. Woohoo! What is it, 17 minutes late? Sorry guys. We got 57 viewers and 115 guests. So there's 115 who couldn't be bothered logging into the Ustream chat. Well, too bad, you won't be able to chat. Hey, from Brazil. Whew. Yeah, I should get the most of Europe and US starting this early. Yeah, this is why I started early. I think during daylight saving time, if I start like 7:30, I pretty much capture everyone. During winter, it's different. Netherlands, Germany, Romania. Reminds me of the song, the tragic David Bowie. Mick Jagger, you know. What's it called? Somebody, please. The very bad video clip. Somebody tell me the song by David Bowie, and it's not original. It's a rehashed. David Bowie and Dancing in the Street. I don't think it's actually called that, but yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. David Bowie and Mick Jagger. Anyway, it reminds me of that. You know, they at the start of the song, they do the roll call. You know, they do the call. Hello, Australia. Hello, Germany. Hello. You know. Petty charcoal. Petite. Charcoal. If I pronounce that. No worries. I'm glad I got you interested in EE. That's awesome. I love to hear that. That's why I... that's one of the joys of doing this. It's now 10:50 in Finland. Oh, yeah, it's getting a bit late. Sorry. But this is the... I think this is the best time. You sent me some code, Tishk. I didn't get it. No, if you sent me some code, did you send... What, email? I don't recall. Sorry. If it is in my inbox, sorry, but I don't remember getting. Yeah, auto exposure's on. Okay, I'll turn auto exposure off. Yeah. Controls. Actually, I don't see a auto exposure control on the webcam. I just turned on right light. Right light was off. So, oh, okay. There's auto gain. Oh, sorry. No. Oh, hang on. Okay. Yeah, gain. Okay. No, it was on manual before, which is weird because I thought I saw it changing too. So, no, look, I'll just turn on the right light thing because if I move the camera around, I'm going to, there's auto white balance, 50 hertz flicker. I can mirror the image, then everyone will be confused. And anyway, no, I better turn right light on, otherwise, oh, look, I don't know. Maybe, oh yeah, it's got auto gain. Okay, I can turn auto gain off. There we go. All right, it's fixed. All right, considering I'll do most of my chat in here. All right. If it gets annoying, if it is not correct, let me know and I'll fix it up. All right. Check. Auto. How's my audio, guys? Is my audio good? I'm just using the crappy internal... Well, it's not crappy, but I'm using the internal mic in the webcam. Should be okay. I need a drink. All right. So yeah, thanks for joining, everyone. If you haven't been to a live show before, nothing much happens. It's pretty much just me yapping on for a couple of hours, answering questions. That's pretty much it. Unless we come up with something, unless we come up with a better idea, then yeah, audio's good. Little bit of clipping. I don't see clipping on the bar graph. Maybe if I talk, yeah, loud, maybe. Some clipping. Here it is. Woo. Yeah, use Q for questions, folks. If you've got any questions, put Q and then a colon at the front of it. And then it shows up with a little Q, nice Q symbol, and it stands out and I can see it. So, a bit of clipping. Alright, well, I don't know how to, it's not in the webcam software. Right sound. Oh, let me turn off right sound. There. Okay. If I turn off right sound, then I should be able to recording devices. Then I should be able to click on that and then properties and levels and turn that down a tad. Check, check. There we go. There we go. Now we've got it, I think. Check, check. And if I talk loud like that, it should just be clipping, but the level now should be spot on. So I'll leave that window open as well in case I have to change it. Alright, there we go. Okay. So all I've got on now is autofocus. And how's the frame rate? The frame rate should be really good because we figured this out last time. Oh yeah, I better send a tweet saying that I'm live. Update. There we go. I should have just updated my Twitter account. Yep, there we go. Woo! Alright, I'll shut down Twitter now. What would you like to know, K7 age? Searching for update. No, I don't wish to update my bloody tweet deck. Go away. What would you like to know, K7 age, about me doing the blog full time? Still recording. Everything's, yep. What would you like to know? Yes, it is my job now. I'm sure I've done several videos on the 300th video, was it? No, the New Year's Eve video a while back. I don't know. I'm sure someone will post a link where I talked about going full time. Yeah, I've been doing this full time for quite some time now. Hey Gareth, did I watch Mike's new video on his X-ray machine? No, I saw that it popped up. I didn't really see it. Why? Is it interesting? Did Tektronix ever talk to me about that MDO scope after the MDO scope? No, they never heard from him again. Obviously they didn't like it. Tough. It was an honest review. I said it was good. And then I said it was slow and overpriced as well. Both are the truth. Too bad, you know, if they can't handle that, geez, don't send it to me. They're so used to, these companies are so used to the magazines and the other engineering websites just regurgitating their marketing copy. You know, that's all they expect them to do. They send out the press release and the marketing blurb, and you know, that's all that the magazines are supposed to, you know, print. They don't print opinions and stuff like that, or if they do, it's good because they don't want to lose them as an advertiser. well, you know, those days are gone, I'm afraid. You can get too many honest opinions on the internet. So, yep, they've got to change. If they don't, they'll just be dinosaurs and they'll die. No, I haven't Logic Mind Tube. No, I haven't switched over from Altium yet. I haven't had the time to learn a new package, but I know I have to. The day is coming. And the micro supply I'm still doing in Altium because just I don't want to start from scratch again. I've already got everything in there. I've got all my component libraries, everything's set up. So at this stage for that project, I don't want to change. So yeah, I know I've got to bite the bullet sometime. I've got to do it. I'm just not looking forward to it. Anyway, I've been meaning to do it before now, but it's definitely coming. I'm doing a video on Altium, directed at the company management now, because they've got rid of Nick Martin now. He's gone. He's gone from the company, and the companies say they're going to focus on core tools now. They're going back to the future, and they're going to focus on core tools. So, yeah, I want to do a video of how they can help get back into the market. So, it won't be a video slamming. It'll be a video offering genuine industry advice on what they should do, i.e. release a low-cost version. Because they don't have any of the low-end segment. They haven't had that for a long time. And Eagle's just killing them. It's absolutely killing them. They're pissing away like 50,000 seats, 100,000 seats, and just pissing it down the drain because they don't have a crippled or low-end version, or a free version for the open source hardware movement and stuff. They're just, yeah. So I'm going to do a video on that. Hopefully very, very shortly. Yeah, Tish. I don't, often I miss tweets. I don't get all the tweets. Code for the printer. No, please send it by email. If you really want me to see something, you need to send by email. Otherwise, it just gets lost in the noise. Yeah, K7 I've done a video. Mentioned it a few times. Everyone wants to know the update on the micro supply. Alright, hang on. Hey, alright, you have to go to a meeting. See ya. Oh, damn it. I didn't do the sync up thing. Hang on. Here we go. I need to do check. There we go, just so I can, yeah, I need to sync up when I do the post editing on the video, I need to sync up the chat with the audio. So I should actually, 13 minutes, should write that down. Otherwise I'll be dicking around trying to find it. 13 minutes, 50 seconds into the recording. Alright, there we go. 13 minutes, 50 seconds into the recording. I should be able to find where I pressed check. Wait Snake. I've done a video on the microcurrent project and burden voltage way back, like video number 20 or something. I don't know. It's way back. If you go to my microcurrent page, my old one, on alternate zone, you'll find it, or just search my channel. I have done a video on the microcurrent. I've also got a full article on it, the original article which was published in Silicon Chip magazine. So, yeah, there's tons of info out there on the microcurrent. Heaps. How do you... Well, all these questions are scrolling off. How do you stop your desk getting too untidy? I don't. It's a mess. I don't. Every time I want to do Teardown Tuesday, I have to, part the blue sea, part the ESD mat. I just got to sweep across and push everything to the side. It's rather embarrassing. But yeah, that's the way I work, unfortunately. All right, stop asking questions for a sec. I'll answer the micro supply one because I've, yeah, the micro supply. I'm working on it. People might be a bit pissed, but I'm changing direction again, and I'm thinking about going back to the LED display, the seven segment LED display. Like, hang on. Hang on. Where's the case? Don't have a case. Thought I had a case. Yes, I do. Well, I got half a case. See, my original with the micro supply, like I started it years ago, just as a quick thing, and well, this is actually the second version I did, and I started out. You've seen the video, like, you know, I started out with the dual. Well, I originally started out with a knob and I've probably got it. I'd have to dig it out. I started out with, anyway, a single 3-digit display and a knob, and then I went to dual knobs, dual 7-segment displays and push buttons. And then the one I really liked was this one. It fits in the same case as my micro current, which is dual display plus dual knobs. It has real knobs on it and real 7-segment displays. So I really liked that. And but unfortunately, when I went to the new designs you've seen in the videos, I decided to start from scratch, and it was designed to fit into a case like this. And of course, the 7-segment displays, you know, they didn't really do it anymore. So and I wanted lower power, so I went for the LCD. So I went LCD crazy. But now I'm thinking of going back to the horizontal form factor case again, but the case won't be a plastic one like this. It'll be a PCB top and a PCB bottom, plus the active PCB in the middle, plus a standoff. So it'll be like those stacked clear acrylic cases that you've seen on several projects recently. And yeah, it'll be similar to that. So I'm going back to that stack, this sort of form factor now, which means all the controls are on the front, and I could have the LCD, but then it's got I could have a clear top, but then you've got to read it through the top. And if you're sitting it on a bench, then it isn't any good at all. If you're sitting on a bench, you can't read the display looking down. If you want to stack them, of course, it's hopeless. So the LCD has to go on the front, and I decided, oh, bugger it, I really like. So yeah, anyway, that complicates the choice of LCD again, because the LCD is too big, it's too high, and stuff like that, and it just complicates stuff. So I decided, bugger it, I really liked the 7-segment LED displays. There's something about a power supply. It should just be simple and have 7-segment LED displays. So I think I'm going back to 7-segment LED displays, voltage and current, and dual knobs. Like that, but the displays will be bigger. They'll be huge. They'll be the 0.5 inch, 0.56 inch LEDs like that. Anyway, so with the battery was a hard choice. I was going to use those Hobby King ones, but there were issues with all sorts of, they're dangerous and all sorts of, hard to get, kind of. So I decided, bugger that, I'll go for an 18650, and I'll spec in a genuine Panasonic one, which is 3300, 3400 milliamp hours. So yeah, it's not as high a capacity, but it's easy to get. It'll be one of those. And I thought about having like a separate charger board as well, so you could choose whatever battery you wanted and fit in the case, but no, I don't know. No, I don't think so. Anyway, 18650 battery. LEDs on the front. The LEDs, yeah, they take extra power, but it's only like 50 milliamps, so it doesn't matter. You can still run the thing for like 50, 60 hours or something with the LED displays. So just, you know, it just looks like a real power supply then if it's got LED displays and knobs, you know. Anyway. Yeah, so it's been a roller coaster ride. It's been fun, but that's the part I enjoy. I just love, you know, going down a direction and then going, oh no, look, I'm changing direction. It never gets anything done, never gets anything accomplished, but it's good fun personally. So that's why I do it. So sorry if it's pissing people off that I never finish the thing. You know, but it's getting close to Christmas now, and like I think I've done my dash for the board, but maybe I was going to bunker down in the next week and actually finish the thing. So, or actually get another board made. Can't finish it, of course, but at least I can get the board made, because once you've got a board made, you're sort of committed to that idea, and you've got to build it up, and you've got to play with it, and you've got to shoot videos on it, and, you know. So, anyway, that's the idea. Am I doing any video on Raspberry Pi or ARM-based processors? Maybe eventually. I do have a Raspberry Pi. I want to do some FPGA videos soon, because I want to drive some LCD displays with FPGAs. So I've installed Altera Quartus on my machine, and yeah, I want to do some FPGA videos. It's all a matter of finding time, fitting it into the schedule, and doing it. But that is on the books. What is your bandwidth according to censored? Yeah, so it probably doesn't allow. Turn on links. There we go. Allow links. You can now post links. My bandwidth. You're talking about my internet connection here. My bandwidth is 1 megabit upload and about 20 megabits download. So I've got the Ustream, the camera, set to 500k upload. So it's 640 by 480, 30 frames per second, mono, 64k audio, using it does whatever it needs to squeeze that into 500k bandwidth. So I still got half my bandwidth, so I don't go near my bandwidth limit. So the frame rate should be pretty good. And whew. Do I spend for all this equipment setup? I do for some of it. Other stuff is free. So other stuff the manufacturers give me, luckily, because I wouldn't spend the money on it personally. So it's great. Whew. All right, let me get back to the questions. I need to scroll down. Do I think it would be cool if Ustream could make an Android app just for chat and a second screen? Oh, yeah, I don't know, probably. Sounds like a good idea if you're using your phone to watch me. What's the discharge capacity in Cs of the 18650s? I think it's about 5 or 6 amps. So, sorry, so it's like 2C or something tops. It's not very much. So they're rated. The Panasonic ones are rated for about 30. The B series Panasonics, NCH18650C. If you want to Google search that, I'll type that in the window. If you want to NCH, I think, don't quote me, 18650B is the new version, and they're about 3,400, 3,400 milliamp hours with like 5 or 6 amp hour maximum discharge. So yeah, like 2C tops. Yes, Embro 222. I heard about what happened in Connecticut, the shooting. I assume you're talking about. Yeah, I just woke up this morning and another mass shooting. What do you expect? You guys live in a gun culture. You know, absolutely terrible. But yeah, I don't see a way out of it for the Yanks. You live in a gun culture, and that's yeah. So I haven't heard any details about the guy who did it, whether or not he owned the guns legally or whether or not. I don't know anything about the state of Connecticut and its gun laws. Sorry. Yeah, it's like 18 kids dead. Absolutely terrible. Thankfully, he shot himself or something. He's dead. So, good. Bloody nutcase. I mean, you know, these people are mentally disturbed. Really something seriously wrong with them. And it should have got to the point where it should be that he got help, you know, professional help before this sort of thing happens, you know. People should have been able to, his friends and family or whatever, colleagues should have been able to maybe identify it or something and get help, or, you know, I don't know the details, so, yeah. Oh, you didn't put Q in front, Thomas. Any updates on the credit card calc? These are all old questions. Sorry, I haven't gotten right down yet. No, it's it's kind of dead. Yeah, I've got no enthusiasm for it anymore. As cool as it is. How do I drive the LEDs, John? Hey, John. I just drive them directly from the micro via a series dropper, and they're muxed, of course. So I drive 8 lines. So I drive the 7 segments plus the decimal point. So if I had 8 fingers, I'd I'd drive 8 lines, and then I use the other lines to drive the other side, because to drive the common anode, or whatever, the common cathode, sorry. So I use another pin on the micro to drive the common cathode, because usually the micros can handle that sort of current. So we're only talking, 30 milliamps tops or something. So it's not, I think the pins can handle it. So I don't need external transistors to drive that usually. But then you've got to be careful it doesn't interfere with your analog to digital converter in the same chip and stuff like that. So when you're PWM and impulsing the current, you've got to make sure that, you don't have any issues like that. Any idea we can buy a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter 7 segment LED display? Like, that big? You can buy them. I've seen them on eBay and Alibaba and places like that. They're pretty expensive, but you can get large. I think you can get like 10 centimeter LED displays. Check eBay. ADSL2. Yeah, well, that's all I can get here in the office. But it is the best ADSL2 you can get, because I'm 50 meters away from the D-SLAM thing, which is down in the basement of the building. So I'm like 50 meters away. The cable goes through the roof, down the shaft, and into the MUX room, or whatever it's called, the MDF, whatever that stands for. Someone will know. What does MDF stand for in terms of, I'm not talking about the wood. I'm talking about the Anyway, that's the best I can get here without paying thousands of dollars per month, and I'm not kidding when I say thousands of dollars per month. Is the Tektronix 420A worth repairing? Probably $200. Oh, $200 is a lot. I don't know the specs of the 420A, but if you're spending $200 to repair it, I'd say that's a lot. You'd want to be really keen to spend $200 to repair an old tech scope. That's for sure. So, yeah, if you don't have a new cheap DSO, buy the cheap DSO. Go and buy a $300 cheap DSO. It'll be infinitely more valuable than the analog scope. As much as I like and recommend analog scopes, I think every beginner should have one, but not at the expense of spending $200 to repair it. That's a lot. So it sounds old. The Tech 420A sounds really old. Cool. Thanks for the email, Tish. Need a 3.3 volt voltage regulator. Have some recommendations. What current do you need? Just go to DigiKey or Mouser. Search for or whoever your local supplier is, and search for, go in, do the parametric search for 3.3 volt fixed regs, or use an LM317 and put in the 2 resistors. So yeah, it depends on your requirements. Depends on your current requirements. It depends on your what physical package you want, SMD or TO220 or whatever, your power dissipation, all that sort of stuff, and your price and your availability. So sorry, I can't necessarily just recommend you without knowing all the details. Can't recommend a. No, I haven't repaired the Turnigy charger yet. Sorry. Oh, there's a gun question, folks. Do people want me to answer the gun question? From Embo 222. I fitted a new fuse. No, I can't get VDSL. No, I can't get in the building. Because I'm tied to Telstra. Telstra are the only ones who have the physical access in the physical room in the building here. No, don't go into firearms. Yeah, we'd be at it for hours. Yeah, I think I talked about it on the last video, last live show, didn't I? I think we did firearms on there, right at the end or something, if I remember correctly. Yeah, everyone says make a video. Hey, Joanna, everyone says make a video of the Turnigy repair. Yeah, I'll have to do that. I wasn't going to. I was just going to. I mean, it's just laying down a couple of wires. I mean, it's not a big. It's not like I got some magic secret to repairing burnt traces on a PCB. You just get some 30 gauge wire and tin copper wire and solder it in. So, yeah, I have to do that. And shooting a video like that is hard because you've got to get the right camera angle and you've got to try and solder under there, and it's really difficult. So, I hate soldering videos because the result I get on camera is nothing like what I'm capable of doing, because if you haven't seen like a shooting, like a video or something, I've got like the camera here, like on the stand, and I'm standing up instead of sitting down. So I'll be standing up like this, leaning over the camera, right? The camera will be right down to the surface, so I've got a really shallow angle on my solder. I've got limited access angles on my soldering iron, and I'm trying to stand up. My arms are extended like this, so getting a comfortable angle without sort of that shake, and while viewing it through the viewfinder and everything it's really hard, and the results suck, and I don't like it. But yeah, I'll probably do the Turnigy video. So yeah, people ask, oh, in the video, why are you shaking, and why are you doing all this sort of, and it's because it's difficult. My arms are out like this, and and when you magnify it 10 times and you're getting in there, I think I've got pretty steady hands. I could probably be a surgeon, but when you try and do it under a camera, and talking at the same time, it's a totally different ball game. Whew. What did you ask for Christmas? Oh, I didn't ask Santa for anything. What about a live mailbag later? Oh boy. Yeah, I could, but then I don't get a mailbag video. I like doing the up and separate. The pile is absolutely shocking. I've got like 15 items in the mailbag pile. Unbelievable. Crazy. Check. How's all the recordings going? Still going good? See, we pissed away 34 minutes already. And what have I done? Nothing. Well, I don't do anything. I just answer questions. That's what I do. No, hang on. I better scroll back up. Sorry. MDF's main distribution frame. Thank you. Somebody always knows. Can't beat nerd power. Is a 7000 mainframe a good starter scope? Well, Tektronix 7000 series. It's a big beast, so if you've got the room and you can get it for cheap or nothing, by all means, it's a It's a great scope. But yeah, it's big. Do I use an isolation transformer to power my DUTs? In regards to what? Put a camera behind the PCB on the other side. Oh, that's an idea, but geez, logistically. Full HD camera glasses be helpful? Or would it be too shaky? It'd probably be too shaky, and it wouldn't have the zoom. And what, I'd have to get my eyes like this far away from it to get the macro shot? No, it's not going to happen. It's just, you can't defy the laws of physics, Captain, in my non-existent Scottish accent. No, you've got to be physically X distance away with a macro lens to get a good close-up. So you can't just wear HD glasses that have a wide field, fixed focus thing. It's just not going to happen. Soldering under a dash. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Even though you didn't put the Q in front, I saw it. Is the MakerBot worth buying? The Awesome Guy. What a cool name. Why not call yourself the Awesome Guy? I don't know. MakerBots are expensive. They do work out of the box. But mine's not working anymore. Mine is, I get so many problems with it. I'm trying to print. It's just, man, they're so temperamental. I'm getting a hard time, mine alternates between working great and not working at all, just being a pain in the ass. So I don't know if that's, exclusive to MakerBot or not, but yeah. Yeah, show us the pile, Zadster. I tweeted a photo. This is why, folks, you have to follow my Twitter feed. That is the pile. Look. Sorry, hopefully you can see it. I'm not sure if you got it in frame. Yeah, I think that's in frame. I got a postcard from Jersey. Thank you very much. Whoever sent me that from Jersey. I don't remember. And yeah, there's like 15 items there. Little packets, little things. Oh man, it's just, there's like 14 or 15. So it's just nuts. It's absolutely nuts. So that's the mailbag, and unfortunately, I want to do it, right? But it's just finding the time. Right, I'm allowed to do the live show today, okay? Because the Wysoft's doing something else this morning. So, but tomorrow, of course, so weekends I've still got to spend with the wife. Monday is full-time daycare. I've got to take care of Sagan for the whole day while the wife is at work. The wife is back at work now. And yeah, so I've got to take care of him on Mondays. So I can't do anything so my Mondays are gone. Tuesday I do the Amp Hour radio show in the morning, and then a teardown in the afternoon, and then edit video all night and hopefully release it at midnight. So Tuesdays are gone. So I only get Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays now, which is not a lot of time. And then I've got another 100 microcurrents to test and ship. So that'll take all of Wednesday or something at least. So yeah, I mean, I'd love to just shoot a mailbag video today and do it, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's tough. So yeah, although I do this as a full-time job, you'd be surprised at the lack of time I actually have. It's incredible. Too many you printed. Yeah, I printed too many Yodas. I've got like 4 Yodas all lined up on the bench over there. I love printing Yodas. You're looking for an LM324 but with rail to rail. Good price and quad. Numbers offhand. Gee. No, I'll be struggling to recite a number off the top of my head, but once again, parametric search is the way to go. Microchip have some nice low cost quad op amps, but like them, I think they're only like 6 volts maximum or something. They're very limited, so they're not like the large voltage range like the LM324. So maybe go to the Microchip website, check out those ones, because I do like the Microchip analog parts. They're really quite, I've said this a couple of times over the last couple of years, they're really making some good analog parts, and they're very cheap. They always appear at the top of the parametric search when you sort for price. And, you know, and their performance is okay. So, Microchip are really doing some really useful analog parts these days. You know, voltage regulators, for example. Someone asked about the 3.3 volt voltage regulator. Well, I'm using a Microchip MCP 1700 in my microcurrent project, and you know, a great little part. It costs like 30 cents or something, and it's, well, I'm using a 2.5 volt one, but you can get them in 3.3, and they're really quite nice. So, could you create a debug, troubleshoot, repair playlist on your? These are my favorite videos. USB, PSU, dumpster diving. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to do that. Yeah, it's a struggle to keep those. I always forget about the playlists, so I update them later. And YouTube sucks again in that you can't assign a video to more than one playlist as the official playlist video, and then when you try, you used to be able to override it. So if you realize that a video was in an old playlist and you want to transfer it to a new playlist, you can't just tick, you know, like transfer to this new playlist or something, set this new playlist as official. And it's really annoying. You've got to go back and find it and it's a mess. YouTube, oh man, just simple things that really piss you off. Have I ever tried Eagle? I've loaded it up, and I've loaded in some schematics, and I've loaded, you know, panned around and done stuff like that, but I've never actually created a board in Eagle, no. Sorry. Just like for loading projects in and then printing them out or something like that. That's all I've used it for. But by all reports, Eagle sucks. And the only reason they use it is because it's the de facto standard, and yeah, there is a free version. And so apparently its usability sucks ass. Interesting question. Nux, what happened to the damaged, broken 1 gig LaCroix DSO? Also wondering about the LaCroix. As it so happens, I did something on that last night. Just after I finished assembling all my microcurrents, I wanted a bit of therapy, so I decided to dig out the LaCroix scope, and I was about to shoot a video on it, but I ran out of time, and here we go. Sorry if I'm not getting this in frame, but ta-da, there is the LaCroix scope. And I found that I was actually running the thing. I was testing the voltages, just, you know, starting from scratch, just probing the voltages again. And everything looked fine. And then I took it apart and sat it down here, and I was running it for a little bit. And then I found, well, the 3.3 volt rail just died. And now, let's get in here. Oh, yep. Sorry, if you can't, right, you're probably not going to be able to see this, but hang on. Sorry, I can't zero out my probes here, but here is, sorry if this does not turn up on camera. Oh, hang on, which pin is it? That, folks, 0.18 ohms is the 3.3 volt rail. There you go. That is the 3.3 volt rail. So something has gone kaput, and I thought I heard like a sizzling noise, like something was, you know, something went horribly wrong, and then my 3.3 volt rail now measures a short. I'm not sure what it measured before, but it's definitely a 0.1, or yeah, around about 0.18 ohms on the 3.3 volt rail, or something like that. So I was going to shoot a video debugging that because I haven't had a look at the damn thing yet. Did that show up on video, guys? Was like the audio and the video okay, like the exposure and stuff, because I don't have auto exposure? Give me a thumbs up if you can see that. Yeah, it showed up nicely. Yep, it was good. Cool. Thumbs up. Awesome. All right. So yeah, so coincidentally, yes, the LaCroix scope, you might see a video on that shortly, because I didn't want to troubleshoot it before I turned on the camera. You know, I wanted to sort of do the troubleshooting live on camera. Spoils the fun otherwise. So yeah, I was going to trace down that short, so maybe that was the problem component. So maybe there was a component in there that was half dead, but it was doing something, I don't know, and playing up, and then, I don't know, it finally cooked, and bang, it went poof, and shorted out, and hopefully I'll be able to trace it down, because, you know, troubleshooting is easy if you've got something to troubleshoot. If you've just got, oh, you know, look, on the screen it's not quite right. Well, where do you start, right? You start by measuring your voltage rails and you work your way down, and it could take days or weeks till you eventually get to it. But if you've got something shorted, haha, you know, you can trace shorts, and it's great. So I'm very happy that something on that finally went kaput. So looking for an LCR meter. Is the 100 kilohertz and DCR function worth the money? It's nice. Hard call whether or not it's worth the money. I don't know how much extra, $100 extra. Sometimes it could double the price of your LCR. I mean, it's worth buying a good tool. If you're going to get an LCR meter and you can afford it, I'd recommend getting one with, yeah, like 100 kilohertz and ESR measurement and stuff like that. Definitely, you know, it's worth it. It's the right tool. If you're going to buy an LCR meter, might as well get a good one. So, while poking around these mains powered devices, what safety devices do I use? I don't have an isolation transformer. I've got earth leakage circuit breakers installed in my box, in my mains box on the wall. So all my power points all along the bench and all around the office are all earth leakage circuit breaker protected. But apart from that, no, I don't have an isolation transformer because I don't do repairs all that often. Hardly at all. So, and I hate working on live stuff anyway, so I'm extremely careful when I work on live stuff. Oh, plus if I want to, of course, measure currents and, you know, stuff like that, I've got the iProber. I've got the iProber kit, which is, you've seen a video on that, and that's really cool. That allows you to do isolated current. Just, you know, actually view current waveforms and stuff like that. So it's not a cheap bit of kit, but it's very nice. It's very nice. Now, kaput is a German word. Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, kaput. What do I do with the kits? All my kits in the mail bag. All the things you find in the dumpster. I think you've got like 7 monitors now. Yeah, I found another monitor yesterday. I've got 5 15-inch monitors and 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 9 monitors sitting here doing nothing. Plus, I've got 2 monitors that I'm actually using on my desktop machine in there, which I repaired and I'm using in there. So that's 11 LCD monitors I've scored from the garbage room. And yeah, and the 11, that means 12 LCD monitors I've got in this office altogether. I've got a second one here for my live show. Crazy. What do I do with the kits was your other question. I hopefully assemble, I don't assemble them all. If they're useful and I want some therapy, I will sit down and I'll assemble a kit. I do enjoy doing that. It's nice. It's good to just sit down and de-stress and assemble a board. What's a VO ELCB? What's a VO? I have no idea what a VO ELCB is. I know what an ELCB is. That's what I was talking about, earth leakage circuit breaker. But what's the VO part? If you could repeat that, Monkey. Voltage operated. Oh, they trip based on voltage rise on the earth conductor. Oh, no, I didn't think any of them worked like that. I thought all of them worked on a core balance current thing. So like 30 milliamps, if there's 30 milliamps current draw, it trips at 30 milliamps regardless of the voltage. So yeah, I don't know. No idea. No, I'm not a car freak. I don't really care about cars. Even though I love Top Gear, I don't really care about cars. Rygol's 1052E would be a good choice. Bloody scrolling window. Would be a good choice for hobby electronics. Yeah, it's still a good choice. Yes, the Rygol Logic Mind. The Rygol 1052E, it is a good choice. Digital mostly, yeah. Yeah, there's other ones, of course. Where does the royal baby rank on your give a damn scale? It doesn't. That's how far down my give a damn scale it is. It doesn't even rank. I don't give a toss about the royal baby. The royals. What a crock of shit. Oh, they're 60s era, are they? Monkey? No, these are brand new. Like, I just got them installed, 6 months ago. You've really got to time your questions right to get them to notice. Yeah, sorry. I've got a reasonably big screen, but they do scroll off. The questions scroll off, so if I miss your question, sorry. Do I cook? No, I do not cook. The wife cooks. Have I ever tried kimchi? I don't think I have. Doesn't ring a bell. No, food doesn't fascinate me. No, I'm not a food. I eat to live. Sometimes I enjoy it. But no, I'm not a food buff. No, my tastes are very plain, as my wife hates. Am I ever going to give away equipment as competition prize giveaways? I've mentioned this before. Occasionally I've done it, but the problem there's two problems with it. Usually somebody who wins it is going to be overseas, and usually test equipment is reasonably big and reasonably heavy, and it actually costs a lot of money to ship it overseas. And yeah, like somebody who won the last thing, I shipped it there, and I don't know, to the Netherlands or somewhere. It was probably one of those Nordic countries. Might even be here. I don't know. And it took they screwed him around with customs or something, and it just they wouldn't allow it into the country or something. They shipped it back, and then I had to reship it and pay double the costs, and it was just ridiculous. Something went beep. Oh, probably the multimeter. Okay, the multimeter switched off. And let me go check hang on. Just checking the chat capture. Yeah, and the other problem is that then I'm left without gear to do comparison reviews with. Because as a reviewer, I need to... People say, what do I need all this gear for? Like, why do I need 10 multimeters? Why do I need... why don't I give them away as competition prizes? It's because I essentially need them. Like, most of them just sit around gathering dust, right? I don't actually want them, right? I don't need them, but well, what I do, I don't need them for my work, but what I do need them for is to do the product reviews so I can do comparisons and stuff like that. So if I do a product review and I don't have anything to compare against, then, you know, it's not very good. So, yeah, I'd love to give more stuff away, but, you know, it's a conflict. I need to keep them to do the product reviews with. So, or use them in tutorials, so I can potentially use different items, you know, occasionally in, you know, because a lot of people complain, I don't know why, but they do, they bitch that I use the Agilent scope in every video. It's like, well, it's my main scope, it's what I use. I mean, you know, so I do occasionally try and, you know, use the Rigol, for example. You know, I've got the new Rigol 2000, I'll use that in some more videos just to keep people happy, I guess, that I'm not always using the Agilent. People think it's like an Agilent advert. What idiots. You know, it's because it's the main scope that sits on my bench. So yeah, if I have more scopes, then I have more to use in different videos. So, yeah, so I hope that answers your question. I'll try to. If I do get duplicates of stuff, you know, I will try and give them away. But it does cost me a fair bit of money to ship this. Like, for example, if I gave away a scope or something, it'd cost me many, many hundreds of dollars to ship that overseas, you know. So, you know, it does cost me money. Solder/Labs. Am I making a good living as an electronics blogger? Am I going to continue as I am or start selling more products? Yes, I am making a good living as a blogger. The wife wouldn't let me do it unless I was making a good living. And it's not going to make me rich, that's for sure. But it certainly pays the bills. And yes, I am making a decent living from it, which is why I continue to do it and why the wife continues to let me do it. But yeah, I do want to get more into selling products and stuff like that. So, because, you know, my income could vanish like that if I'm not careful. So yeah, I want to spread it around more. So I want to like do more kits and stuff and sort of be a bit more independent from the advertisers. Like, because I would love not to have any advertising at all on my blog. You know, I do it because it pays the bills. I have to do it. Otherwise, I'd be back at work and a 9-to-5 job, and the blog would almost go down the toilet. So nobody wants that. So I hope people can understand why I have the ads on there and the sponsorship on the forum and stuff like that. So yeah, but I do want to get more to the point where, yeah, I don't have to rely on advertising at all. That would be good, but that may be quite a significant time down the track. Good question, Wait Snake. Have I ever driven a DeLorean? The out of time license plate. No, I have never driven a DeLorean, but I'm looking into potentially, hopefully, maybe doing a video on that, because I do know someone who's got one. So I'm going to try and contact them and, well, I don't know them personally, but I know somebody who knows them. So I've gotten their details, and I want to contact them and see if I can do a video. That'd be cool. So hopefully. Dennis asks, hey Dennis, you've got a feeling that I like low power electronics. Where do I stand on high energy circuits? You are correct. I like low power electronics. That's what I like. No, I don't really like high energy stuff. I don't like Tesla. As I always say, anything over 12 volts DC scares the shit out of me. I don't like high voltage electronics, high energy stuff. I kind of like, you know, I don't mind looking at them and looking what other people have done and watching stuff on it, but I don't personally enjoy working on it. So as much as I probably would, yeah, it's just not my thing. So I don't really do. Yeah, that's why you'll never see Tesla coil stuff on my blog. You know, I've occasionally blown shit up. I don't like doing that. I'm very safety conscious. And yeah, so yeah, no, there's already plenty of channels that do that. There's already plenty of channels out there, plenty of blogs out there which do tons of Tesla stuff, and they do it much better than I ever could. And yeah, so no, I don't have much personal interest in it. So if you're subscribing to my channel in the hope that I may do high energy or high power stuff, nah, sorry, you'll almost certainly never see it. No, I do not play an instrument. Fen clue? No, sorry, I'm completely without talent in the musical department. As much as I'd like to. I think it'd be nice to play an instrument. When is Doug coming back? Ask Scion Universal. Next time, tell him to ring his Beastie power supplies. Yeah, I don't think he has the Beastie power supplies anymore. I think they're at you know, he didn't manufacture spares, so they're at the customers, I think. So I don't think he has them sitting around the lab. They weren't last time I was there. So yeah, no, Doug's coming back. He's got plans to do several videos, so he's now thinking about, he wants to do a video on microphones next, because he used to be the head designer at Rode mics. So if you're familiar with the famous Australian Rode microphones, he used to design all their microphones. So there's probably no better guy in the business to talk about microphone stuff than Doug. So he plans on doing a video on that. So yeah, he, you know, it's open to him to come back and do videos on that. So he will be back. Doug will be back. And so yeah, the next video you see from Doug won't be off the cuff. It'll probably be he's given a lot of thought to it, kind of thing, you know. So it should be even better. Oops, sorry, my scroll window hasn't caught up. Yeah, no, Dennis, yeah, the power electronics thing includes motors and stuff like that, inverters. I have no interest in doing that sort of stuff, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's just me. I'm not into that sort of thing. So you'll never see me do a tutorial on designing inverters or something like that. Quite a lot of people have asked for that, and sorry, it's just not something that I am knowledgeable in, nor would have any interest in doing, really. So, whew. Oh crap, hang on, I'm scrolling back through the questions here. Do you play any instruments? Stop scrolling, you bastard of a window. Yeah, I'm sure somebody will say it. Use a real IRC client. Waiting for it. What do I think about the restoration of the original BTDF DeLorean? It's awesome, I've seen that. Wow, they've put a lot of effort into that. That's incredible. Somebody tweeted me that they were the one who designed the electronics for the time circuits in the new DeLorean. That was cool. Oh, stop scrolling. This is really annoying trying to read these questions. Every time somebody posts a new one, my scroll window goes like that. It's ridiculous. Got any more videos coming to the quadcopter? Rog is going to come around. Rog has more time now, so he's going to come around and we're going to work on the quadcopter. So yeah, hopefully more videos on that. Right, bugger this. I'm just leaving it down the bottom. Do anti-static mats have to be grounded to mains earth, or would they do any good without the grounding? They should be referenced to mains earth. But they do kind of, yeah, no, they do eventually, they do work on their own, because everything dissipates into everything else, dissipates into your bench, and it, you know, dissipates it over the surface, the charge over the surface and stuff like that. So they are still useful without the mains connection, the mains earth, but yeah, you should tie them back to a point, a ground point, so that you can bleed off the charge off them. Whew. Aha. Hypnostist. If I'm pronouncing it, I'm hopeless at pronunciation. If you were to start your life again, would you pick electronics as your career? I don't know what would happen if I started my life again, because, well, you start your life and you don't know anything, and you end up falling into stuff that you have a natural interest in for whatever reason. And I had a natural interest in taking shit apart, and most of that shit was electronic. So I got interested in electronics very young, and I didn't have any say in it. It just got me hooked. So, you know, so if you started your life again, you would have no choice in that. But yeah, I kind of know what you mean. If I had a conscious choice in doing electronics again, well, I don't know. It's been good. As a career, oh yeah, I know that's a hard question to answer. My career hasn't been as good as I would have liked it to be. I settled for a lot of crap jobs. Probably should have been more proactive in my career, I guess, but whatever. Never a regret. But no, I have other interests, you know, like, I don't think I've changed the world doing electronics, so, you know, I would probably, to answer the question, I would rather have a career where I would rather I did something that changed the world in some significant way. You know, that's probably how I'd answer that question, if that makes sense. And really, you know, it's hard to change the world as an electronics guy, really. I mean, you can, but yeah, no, in a bigger way. Dave, would you like me to look into a little app? Basically, yeah, which filters out questions for you at a decent sized window. No, that's okay. No, I do like seeing all the other comments as well. No, that's all right. No, I plan on doing that. I plan on doing that anyway, Monkey, with the printer. I plan on using an Arduino hooked up to a dot matrix printer, so that you know, we'd have a teletype printing out these separate comments, or you know, I don't even have to send it to a printer. I could have a message display up behind me that, you know, printed out the questions, you know, or something like that, something really cool. So yeah, there's, you know, so no, I plan on doing that in hardware, basically. So thanks for the offer, but it's all right. What has been my most challenging project? Oh, I don't know. Challenging in what way? I mean, there's many different ways to define challenging. Unfortunately, like, you know, challenging in terms of technical stuff, challenging in terms of logistics stuff, challenging in terms of physical stuff. There's many different answers to that question. Have I ever played with software-defined radio with things like... No, I've never played with software-defined radio. Yeah, I know. I'm not into it. I'm not. Everyone says that. Do a video, design an a software-defined radio. I'm not into it. I'm sorry. It doesn't hold much interest for me. Tech Guy UK. Why don't I drink alcohol? I admire you for it. Thank you very much. Why don't I drink it? It's a taste that I never acquired. Alcohol is an acquired taste. I mean, if you give alcohol to any child, they will spit it out because it's bloody awful shit, right? It's an acquired taste that you have to acquire through, you know, social or whatever means. I mean, I don't think anyone likes alcohol the first time they try it. So it's an acquired taste, and I never acquired it. I was never pressured into drinking it, and due to social pressure, because I was a nerd, didn't have any friends, so I was never, you know, pressured into drinking alcohol, so it's a taste I never acquired. So I don't like it. I don't, you know, it doesn't do anything for me. I drink alcohol, it tastes like piss, you know. I mean, no. So that's why I don't drink. It's not because I have any, you know, it's not for health reasons, although that helps. It's not for, you know, other reasons. It's just because I don't like the taste of it. End of story. Wine as well. So if I like the taste of it, I'd drink it, possibly, but I don't. So there you go. Ooh, how many people we got? We've got 88 viewers and 134 lurkers. There you go. Always have more lurkers than viewers, or more lurkers than participators, let's say, in terms of people who participate in the chat. Ooh. How long have we been going? An hour and 11 minutes. There you go. I was kind of intending this to be a 4-hour thing, just because it's a 400th, because I did 3 hours for the 300. So I don't know if I'm going to last 4 hours. I don't think it's going to happen. Switch mode power supply, Dennis, ever? Well, I've done switch mode stuff, but not main stuff. As I said, I don't like working on main stuff. So you won't see me design a main switch mode supply or a mains inverter or something like that. It's just not going to happen. Maybe, you know. Unless there's a specific reason I need to do it. So, do I like the UK Top Gear or the Australian one? The UK one, the Australian one is shit. That is a crap show. It really is. Oh, I don't know why they bothered. Hopeless. No, I like the UK one. I like UK Top Gear. Because I love the hosts. I mean, you know, it's the hosts that make it. I mean, I'm not interested in cars really, but I love watching Top Gear. It's brilliant because it's 3 blokes just dicking around, you know? It's, you know, 3 likeable blokes dicking around, and I love it. And there's good synergy, but, you know, they play off each other really well, and it's great. I love it. So, one of my favourite shows, Top Gear. Ooh. Oh, hang on, we have a YouTube question. Was it fun to talk to Ian Lesnett from Dangerous Prototypes? Yes, it was fun. Yeah, he's a great guy. Hopefully we'll have him on again. That'd be, yeah, he was a good guest on the Amp Hour. If you haven't listened to it, it's well worth a listen. Although I haven't listened to it back. I assume it turned out as a good show. It seemed to when I was recording it. So yeah, Ian's a great guy. I love it how he just does not use his last name. He just he just does not use his last name. It's great. Yeah, if there was no registration, yeah, you'd have more people on here, but then you'd have bots and everything. Where is video 398 and 399? Haven't shot them yet. Haven't done it. I have no idea what I'll do for those 2 videos. So yeah, I'm recording this now because this is the only day that I have available to do it. So, you know, hence I'm doing it now. So yeah, it won't go up until, I think I'll put it up as my 400th. So yeah, I'll have to do another 2 videos. So it won't go up for another, like, as I said, I'm booked until Wednesday. I don't have time to do another video until Wednesday at the minimum. And then I've got work on Wednesday. So maybe even Thursday next week is sort of when I'll probably get around to doing the next video. Unless I could possibly work on one at home after hours or something. Because I do have a couple of videos where it doesn't require me to be in the lab and sit in front of the camera. I've already got stuff and I can just edit and do, you know, voiceover work. So, yeah, so this will go up as the 400th, so you may not see it for a week. So I don't know what the next 2 videos are. I have no idea. As usual, I don't plan ahead that far. Did I see the UK Top Gear versus the Australian Top Gear episode? Yeah, it didn't offend me. No, I thought it was fun, but I just don't like the Australian presenters. They're shit. As much as I like Jacobson, what's his name? Kenny. Shane Jacobson. As much as I do like Shane Jacobson, but it just doesn't work. The Australian Top Gear is a fail. It really is. So, yeah. If you haven't seen it, by the way, people, there's an Australian movie called Kenny. I think it's Kenny? Yes. Haven't watched it for years. Yeah, Kenny. Here we go. I'll put a link to it. Here we go. And it's absolutely brilliant, folks. If you like your Australian toilet humour, it is gold. It is absolutely gold. Watch Kenny. And you'll realise why I like Shane Jacobson, who plays the main guy in Kenny. It's great. Yeah, even Jeremy Clarkson. Yes, tech guy. He's rather political. Yeah, you gotta love him. That's what I love about him. I love that he's just no bullshit, you know? He says what he thinks. It's great. I love people like that. Hate politically correct people. Pisses me off. Nothing worse than that. Man, grow a set of balls, really. Stop being afraid to offend people. Jeez, you know? It's just ridiculous. See, and that's the problem. Here we go. That's the problem with that gun thing at the moment, right? Gun tragedy that just happened. Now you're exactly the same with the last tragedy, right? The Joker, the Batman shooting or whatever it was. You'll get, all the politicians, oh, you can't talk about guns now because it offends people, right? It's all sensitive and, oh, we don't want to offend anyone. We have to let it all settle down. I don't want to offend the families of the people killed. Bullshit. It's the best time to talk about it, you idiot. It's like, stop pandering to people's bloody, respecting people's shit. It's just bullshit, Things need to be said or talked about, do it. Don't worry if you're going to offend anyone. No, I don't have any other dangerous prototype gear. Whoever asked that. Am I doing a Christmas special video? No, haven't even thought about it. No, never even occurred to me to do a Christmas special video. I don't know what I'd do for a Christmas special video. I've never done one before. I have no idea. What do I class... Mike. Hey, Mike. Mike's in the house, folks. What do I class as work these days? Interesting question. Work is, I spend a lot of time, everything is work. Pretty much everything I do on the forum, that's work now, technically. Right? Every time I look at the forum and I respond and I'm reading stuff, that's work. Every time I look at YouTube comments and respond to them, that's work. Every time I, look at, read all my email and respond, that's all work. Advertising, trying to get my advertisers to pay up each month, that's work. And of course shooting video and dicking around, and everything I do is work now, even though it's still fun, but it is, it's my job, and I have to realize that's my job. And if I don't realize it's my job, then it's too easy to slack off and not do anything, and just, there's already enough of that going on. So everything I do is my job. This live show now is my job. As much as I love doing it, I have to realize it is my job. And everything I do is my job. Because it pays the bills, and I have to treat it as such. I have to take it seriously. So, good question, Mike. Do I have any idea where to get TFT LCDs for cheap without ripping them Well, go to Alibaba. Go to AliExpress if you want to get them cheap from China. If you go to AliExpress, that's better than Alibaba, because Alibaba is like just a advertising auction, like an advertising house. Often they don't have prices. Often they've got fake prices. You'll have to, you can't just buy it now. You have to contact them and get quotes and haggle and all that sort of stuff. But AliExpress is like the eBay of Alibaba. It allows you to just buy it now. The prices are all fixed and firm, and yep, buy it now, boom. And even though the prices are higher than what you can possibly get on Alibaba, yeah, go to AliExpress, and they've probably got a whole bunch of TFT screens, I'm sure. By alcohol, I take it you mostly mean beer. No, I mean all forms of alcohol. I just don't like the taste. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, I missed it. Oh, questions just scrolled off. Oh, that was an old question. Hang on. Do I own a flashlight? A flashlight. Yeah, I'm not into flashlights. I've got a keychain torch. I've got a Princeton Tech EOS headlamp, and that's it. Oh, tech guy. Come on. How do I feel about the prank call to the hospital by the Australian radio broadcasters? Did they do wrong? Who wants me to answer that? Anyone? A fleshlight. Oh, there is a difference. Okay, no, I have no idea what a fleshlight is. Sorry. I may as well. Okay. I'd like to know. Answer is no, they didn't do anything wrong. It is not their goddamn fault. Alright? It's just anyone who thinks that is an absolute idiot. They didn't intend for it to happen. Radios have been doing these prank calls for 20, 30 years or something, and, yes, it's a tragedy. Yes, she killed herself, but she's the one who did it. And, well, if you want to blame someone, I don't know, maybe blame the media, but I don't think, that's, blame the people for, flaming for reading the newspapers to begin with. Because it was all the tabloid media which spread the thing around. If they didn't do that, then it wouldn't have been heavily publicised in Britain, and it wouldn't have, and I don't know, but there's something more going on there. A normal person does not go out and kill themselves because they got prank called. I mean, that's just, it's a tragedy. I feel sorry for the kids. She had 2 kids or something, and it's an absolute tragedy. But no, you can't blame the radio hosts. Man, if I was the radio host, I'd just say, look, I'm sorry, we never intended it to happen. End of story. And there's talk about they're in a safe house now because they got death threats. It's bullshit. Man, that pisses me off. Right? It's just... Man, anyway, no, don't blame the radio hosts. Yeah, it's stupid. I hate those prank calls, right? They're dumb, right? And and if you want to blame someone, you may be able to blame the radio station management as well, right? Don't blame the hosts. If anything, blame the radio show management instead of the hosts, because they're the ones who put the prank call to air without getting their consent. Without getting the consent of the hospital, the people involved. And that's their policy, apparently. Their policy is not to put anything, and it should be, not to put anything to air unless you get their permission. Because technically speaking, under Australian law, you're not supposed to record somebody and air it publicly unless you get their consent. So, but it's, because these people weren't Australian citizens, they were overseas, and there's legalities of that and all sorts of stuff. So you can technically say it might possibly be illegal from that standpoint, but as far as the legal shit goes, it's pretty much down the, it's down the bottom rung. But man, look, nobody intended for it to happen. You cannot blame anyone who blames the host is an idiot. It's an absolute idiot. They're just doing their job, just having a bit of fun. And yeah, I don't like prank calls. I think they're a bit dumb, but They're just having a bit of fun, and 1 in a million times something like this might happen. Can't be predicted. Can't predict human behaviour. So, oh man, no, stop blaming the hosts. It's a witch hunt now. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, I don't agree that they should have aired it without getting their consent. So apparently they tried, but the hospital would not even return their calls. So, I don't know. What do? They probably shouldn't have put it to air, but even if they did, you really can't, nobody should go to jail over it, for example. It's just bullshit. No. And anyway, end of story. What does Ben Branded mean from that rap video? That's the name of one of the guys who did it. And in rap tradition, you put your own name in the rap song. That's what you do. So, yeah. So he put his own name in there. So that's what Ben Branded means, because his name is Ben Brand. So anyway, where are we going? Nobody commented. I wasn't watching the chat while I was ranting there. Nobody commented on that. I don't care if anyone doesn't agree with me. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, Fenclu, yeah, I think it's no. It was a bad prank call in terms of what they did. A prank call, yeah, I totally agree that prank call was shit because, you're getting personal information from the, from a hospital about someone's condition or baby. That's just not on, right? That's not on. That's why I think the management should, those hosts, they should never have gotten through, right? It's that prank call would, in a million years, you could not think that prank call was going to work, right? So, yeah, doing the prank call, as much as I hate them, no harm in that. But when they actually got through and got that personal information, they should not have aired that. I'm not even sure if they aired the personal information or not. I haven't heard I haven't heard it, so I don't know. So, yes, you're correct, yeah, because it was getting somebody's personal, personal information from a hospital, that's just not on. So they're a bunch of dicks from that point of view. But yeah, but again, once I said, nobody could have predicted that somebody would commit suicide over it. I mean, that's just, come on. That's just bullshit. So, as far as, people should go to jail for it and crap like that, that's just, some people maybe should lose their job. Maybe the studio management should lose their jobs because they're the ones who aired it, right? They're the ones who made the decision to air it. But the radio hosts, they're just having a bit of fun. As douchebaggy as they are. So yeah, possibly the sack the management at the radio station. That'd be good. Have I done any design for home automation products? No, I haven't. Not really into home automation. No, I just like turning the light switch off and on manually. I don't, Oh, somebody there was a YouTube comment way back. Yeah, Monkey. Yeah, I agree. Cross the line making it, I don't think they crossed the line making the call, but once they realised they got through, they should have just stopped it. They should have said, sorry, pranked you, and hung up the phone. They shouldn't have got that information, It's just bullshit. The hypnotist the hypnotist asks, do I have any opinion regarding hypnosis and have you ever experienced it? No, I haven't experienced it because it's bullshit. Hypnotism is it's one of those quasi things. There is something to it. Like you can put people into relaxed states and get their mind more willing to release information, but you know, like what you see at the stage shows where the hypnotists put people under, it's all bullshit. You know, it's just it's pseudoscience. It really is. It's acting. It's stagecraft. It's, you know, people playing along. It's, you know, it's bullshit. Anyway, I think somebody had a YouTube question way back. If you want to re-ask the YouTube question. Oh, you hit 250,000 views the other day. Hey, Alan. Alan's in the house. Hey, Alan. 250,000 views. Awesome. Not sure how long it took me to get to 250,000 views. It took me a long time. Probably took me a year to get to 250,000 views. I'm not sure how long it took me, but it's taken me a long time. It took me a long time, I think. So I'm approaching 10. I think I'm up to 9 million or something. So it won't be long. It'll only be a month or two, a couple of months before I hit 10 million. Maybe I'll do something for 10 million. I don't know. Maybe there will be a big cash giveaway, you know, or an instrument giveaway. I don't know. 10 million. I have no idea. But that's huge. I mean, I was stoked when I hit 1 million. Holy crap. And now I'm 10 million. I'm snowballing. I seem to be getting up. I seem to have jumped to yet another level. I've jumped through like 2 or 3 levels now of YouTube where I get to, you know, like you've got a steady amount of views and then you get a big jump. And then you get a steady amount of views and you get another big jump and go up. And I seem to have jumped up to another level recently. And I'm not sure why. It's all part of the YouTube rankings and stuff. Once you know, if you keep doing your channel for long enough, and you keep producing consistent videos and you keep getting the views and the comments and the thumbs up and everything like that, it all snowballs and you eventually get ranked higher in the search rankings and the YouTube algorithms and all that sort of stuff. And I seem to have jumped to another level recently, which is really good. And I have no idea, how or why it happens, but it does. Screw your opinion. I'm going to top myself now. Don't go do that. Oh, Alan asked the question. Right, my opinion on the best way to increase viewership on YouTube. Yes, that was your question. Sorry, I missed it way back, but I did remember. Is to just keep consistently doing it. Upload. There is no magic, I'm afraid. You can try tweak, you know, things like having a good comment title and stuff like that, like a good title, good keywords and stuff like that. But ultimately, no, it's just uploading consistent content, just consistently. And if you do it long enough, and I don't know, maybe you can hope one of them goes, you know, semi-viral. Viral in our industry is, you know, like making Hackaday or making Gizmodo, like I did recently with the hard drive one or something like that. But if you're doing oscilloscope videos, then they're never going to go viral, really. Just consistent content. I mean, people, you know, ask me how I got to 10 million views or 9 million. I made a video, 1 or 2 a week, consistently for what, 4 years now? 4 years this April, I think. It'll be 4 years this April. So, you know, I mean, that's a lot of work. I've produced 400 videos over 4 years, consistently 1 or 2 a week, and my growth is linear like that, apart from these steps, which YouTube, once you snowball, you go up to the next level, but it's linear growth. Starts here and and I've showed videos where I've showed screenshots of my stats, and that's what my stats look like, linear growth. Just, you know, there's no magic bullet. If there was, you know, people, you know, if you go to the YouTube partner conferences and stuff, they talk about, oh, you know, all the traditional stuff, like you do a quick intro, you know, the ideal perfect YouTube video is to do a quick, you know, 10-second intro, 15-second intro, straight on camera, what's coming up in the video. Then you go to your intro music and your video, and then you get into it, and then you know, you heavily edit it, heavily rehearse it, heavily script it, make sure it's absolutely perfect, and then keep it under 7 minutes or whatever. you know, and then at the end to put links to all the other videos, and also, and then you choose the right thumbnail by having the bright colors and everything so that people see the thumbnails, and when they searching for something, scroll down the list, they see your thumbnail because it's nice and bright and it stands out and stuff like that. And you know, they're all your traditional tricks to getting doing a good YouTube video that supposedly gets you right up the list. And if you want to look at that, if you want to read about this stuff, download the YouTube playbook. I think it's called the YouTube playbook, and it's got all that stuff listed in there, what you can do to make your videos popular. But it doesn't apply to our type of videos. It doesn't really apply to our industry. As I said, I'm a full-time, I make my living from this, and I do 1 hour videos that aren't edited or aren't scripted or anything. I break every rule that they've got, and I'm still, and I still win. So yeah, it doesn't really apply to our types of videos. When you're giving technical content like that, yeah, it helps to try and keep it concise, but there's only so much you can say in 5 minutes. So yes, sorry, am I going to teach Sagan the basics of EE? Yeah, of course, when he's old enough. He's not talking at the moment, doesn't understand. He loves playing with his oscilloscope though. He's very cluey, but he doesn't talk. He's refusing to talk. He's being quite stubborn. YouTube levels, what are these? I don't know either. K7 each. I don't know either. They're level. I see steps in my. I get linear growth, and then I'll see a sudden step, and then a linear growth and a sudden step, and that also ties in with income as well. The AdSense income, you'll see jumps, and it just means the YouTube algorithms are incredibly complex, and nobody really knows how they work. And which are for good reason, so you can't scam the system. If you knew how the YouTube rankings worked, then you'd be able to scam the system, and everyone would scam the system, and all you'd see at the top of YouTube is porn or something, so yeah, so they deliberately keep it a very closely guarded secret, so much so that I've been officially told that nobody in Google or YouTube knows how it works. There's no one person who knows how it all works. People write separate little bits, and it all comes together magically. Somehow there's some magic algorithm. Nobody knows how it works, and that's a deliberate thing so that information can't leak out on how to game the system. So yeah, so there are levels where it seems to be that YouTube will all of a sudden decide your channel is more valuable than what it was before, so it will rank you higher. So it'll push you higher up in the rankings. If people search for oscilloscope or something, it'll push you up in the rankings for that. It deems that your site is more important and has valuable content. But apart from that, I have no... Yes, I do know that they mean 7 minutes for the whole video and not just the intro. Yeah, they mean the whole video. But you can't deliver. People say, oh, why don't I script it and why don't I heavily edit it to get it down to 7 minutes? I'm sorry, but if I do a 1 hour, 30-minute tutorial, you can't get it down to 7 minutes. Even if I script it, and I'd have to leave out half the information. Yeah, I might be able to get it down to 7 minutes, but I'm not under 10 minutes or something, but I'm not going to be able to deliver the same information. You would have to do multiple videos. And maybe, yeah, maybe I could, but I'm never going to script anything. It doesn't work. Scripting doesn't work for me. It's shit, and it comes across as scripted, and that's bad, because I'm really bad at it. So it's not going to happen. So yeah, that 7 minute limit applies to regular content. It doesn't apply to technical, necessarily to technical learning content. And yeah, I don't know, maybe I'd be more popular if I did short videos, Look at the Afrotech mod videos, right? They're all very short. He follows the formula kind of, you know, in terms of that length. But there's, you know, yeah, they're very short. You know, he doesn't talk about, you know, expansive stuff. He talks about one little thing and it's all over in 5 minutes. And yeah, I mean, if you like that, I've been told by my audience, they keep telling me don't do short videos because you leave out all the I love hearing all the content. And, well, and that's good because it's hard to make really good, it's harder to make a heavily edited and polished 5-minute video than it is to make a 30-minute video. That's just the way it is. So, do I have a favourite constant current IC? Could you do a video on them? I don't know, the LM35, I think it is, unless I'm mistaken, is your traditional constant current IC. It does a pretty good job. Hang on, I'm cold here. I get the draft in the corner here. It's from the aircon. I'm going to turn the aircon off. Whew, back. That's better. Yeah, because it bounces off the wall. The aircon sort of, you know, comes out of the vent and bounces off the wall and comes out, and I get cold feet because I am bare feet. I'm always bare feet in the lab. Barefoot engineer. Hang on. Right. What rent do I pay per month for the lab? I've mentioned this in videos before. I don't pay rent. I own it. I own this lab. I bought it. Well, I'm paying it back, you know. But yeah, no, I don't pay rent. I'm not a landlord. I'm not a tenant. I took a risk and I purchased the I purchased this lab. I purchased this office. So we had to take the money back out of the home loan to do it. So, yeah, it was quite a risk, but it's paying off. It is paying off. And really here, the rent would have been the same as the repayments. You know, so really, it's, as in the interest payments. So really, there's no, unless you absolutely are so destitute and have no credit rating that you cannot get the money to buy the office here, then, you know, then you would rent. Or maybe, you know, you didn't want the hassle or something, you're only going to short-term rent or something, but no, it was basically the same price. So it was a complete no-brainer to make the decision to buy this place instead of rent it. Complete no-brainer. So it's, yeah, it basically works out the same. Less even, or something. So, do I enjoy photonic induction videos? Yeah, I do like Andy's videos. He's back. I think it was dumb that he shut his channel down and lost his 40,000 subscribers or something. That was, man, that was a bad move. But no, I can understand why. I can understand the pressure he was under, though. I can very much understand the pressure and why he did it. What's this, chipmunk? No freaking idea how it works. Who has no idea how what works? Sorry, I'm not following all the chat. Yeah, I do like Andy. Photonic induction. He blows shit up. Yeah, I do like his videos. I sort of didn't like his style at first. I watched a video and I quite didn't. You know, he's really quirky, and for some reason, didn't really like it, but I've warmed to him, and I really like. Yeah, I guess it's like me. Like a lot of people hate me. The first time they watch a video, they hate me with a passion, and then a lot of them, you know, start realizing, they watch a few and they get used to my voice, they get used to my idiosyncrasies and stuff, and they become fans. So I've had quite a lot of people like that who started out hating me and then they warm up to me. More in the winter spirit. No, I'm going to leave the aircon on. My toes are cold. Ever trod on upturned dip? Oh, you bet I have. Jeez, that's painful. Oh. Any video for 21/12/12? Oh, I forgot. Yeah, well, there was talk about doing like a Google Hangout or something. I'm not sure what day the 21st is. What day is the 21st? It's Friday. Yeah, there was talk about several, well, you know, at least from me and Chris doing some sort of hangout or something on the 21st or something maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll do something. Yeah, the guy was a child of a teacher, of one of the teachers. Yeah, killed his parents as well, apparently. And killed the principal. And oh man, I'm gonna have to follow that news when I finish this. Yeah, Australians like alcohol, acquired taste. I remember when I went to Germany, I turned up at the customs. I got off the plane. I turned up to the customs, and the guy at the customs, he saw that I had an Australian passport. So in a German accent, he said, "Oh, you're here to drink all our beer, are you?" And it's like, "No." And it's, "What? You're Australian, don't you drink beer?" "No." I had to. And he looked at me funny, and maybe I don't know. It's probably a bad thing to say. I should have just said, "Yeah, I'm here to drink all your beer," and he would have just let me through. But no, I got the 20 questions after that. I was an Australian that didn't drink beer, so something didn't add up. So it's sort of a red flag went up, and no, we'll have to question this guy. Why is he coming into our country if he doesn't drink beer? And he's got an Australian passport. So I thought that was funny. Oh man, nothing worse than trying to get through US customs though. Oh man, I hate US customs rant. Do I recognise the street yet? Oh, do I get recognised in the street yet? I think once. I think once I did. Yes, no, actually a couple of times. Yes, a couple of times. Yeah, I think twice, maybe. I have been recognised in the streets. Of course, if I go to a trade show, I get recognised, of course. But no, in the streets, yes, I think twice. I have been recognised. I've made it. I've made it. I'm famous. Although I don't have a Wikipedia page yet. I checked the other day. I don't think you're famous unless you have a Wikipedia page. So, well, I've been waiting years for a Wikipedia page. It's not going to happen. I'm not important enough to have my own wiki page. Oh, man. Have I seen the UK Foster's advert? No, I haven't. Is it a new one? If it's a new one, no. Haven't seen it. The hypnotist. Do I enjoy my own farts? What sort of question is that? Oh dear, that's pathetic. How do I feel about the world ending on the 21st? It's going to be hilarious when everyone wakes up on the 22nd and nothing happened. Dickheads. It's hilarious. I love it though. I mean, but that 2012 movie, that was shit. I was looking forward to that. In the end, I didn't watch it all. It was so shit. It was, does anyone like that 2012 movie? I was looking forward, because I do like the whole myth of 2012 and stuff like that. I find it funny and, and curious and that sort of, I'm curious about it and stuff like that. I just, I love that sort of thing. It's just fun. And I was looking forward to that. And, what? There's a Wikipedia, David L. Jones? No way. Wikipedia does not have an article with this exact name. Please search. There you go. Hey, I got the donate thing for Wikipedia. We have 150. Wow, they have 150 staff, 450 million users. Yeah. Yeah. I actually yeah, I donated to them the other month when that popped up. So yeah, please donate. Please don't. If you can afford it, donate to Wikipedia. Really, I mean, you know, it sucks that they have to ask for donation. You know, they have to plead like that. See, if everyone reading this gave $3, our fundraiser would be done within an hour. Yeah, it's like, you know. So yeah, I donated to Wikipedia. So yeah, there you go. No Wikipedia page for me. I'm not famous. Will the USB PSU design be finished before the 21st? No, it won't. Yeah, bummer. Loose ends. One of the funniest things I saw was you know, the rapture that was supposed to happen, like, what was it, a year ago or something, or whatever, you know, that rapture bullshit. Fucking hell, as if anything anyone thinks that was gonna happen. Unbelievable. Anyone who believes that shit is like batshit crazy. But they did this prank video. Speaking of the prank phone call, like, I usually don't like prank videos either. But I watched this one and I thought it was funny. They did this. I'm not sure who did it, but it was quite elaborate. And they set up this restaurant or pub or something, you know, and everyone in there was in on the joke. They had multiple cameras set up and stuff, and they were pranking this one girl. And the whole idea of the prank was that everyone, like, you know, she'd come into the pub with friends or whatever. They'd be sitting down there, and she'd go out, and when she went off to the toilet, everyone in the pub would strip their clothes off, leave them on the floor, and then vanish, right? And then there'd be a few people left to explain what happened, you know, and so they were pranking her into thinking it was the rapture, you know, and like half the people in the room got raptured. And so when she came out, like, there's all these piles of clothes scattered everywhere, and there's a few people running around frantically going, "Oh my God, people have just vanished, the rapture happened." And she broke down in tears that she didn't get picked and all this sort of shit, and it was funny. Anyway, there you go. The F-bomb. Oh, did I drop an F-bomb? Oh, sorry. I try not to drop the F-bomb. Oh, man. I didn't, did I? Yeah, I may have, in my excitement there. I do drop the F-bomb a bit in real life. I try not to on video. I really try. Where? Hang on. Whoa. Stop scrolling, you bastard of a screen. Alright. I said the new tech guy, I said the new James Bond movie was not what it was hyped up to be. How did you find it? No, it was okay. I enjoyed it, but I don't want to give spoilers away. But, you know, yeah, no, it's not as fun as I was expecting. I thought they could have done a lot more with it. I was expecting, you know, when I was, you know, you're sitting there watching it and you're sort of expecting certain scenes to happen, you know, they're sort of building up, you expect certain scenes to happen and they don't, and you go, well, why not? That was obvious that you could have made that joke, or you could have, you know, done this or done that. And it was okay. I enjoyed watching it, but no, it didn't live up to the hype, the new Skyfall. Just didn't live up to the hype. No, I don't get the LT Journal of Analog Innovation. Sorry. Yeah, there's plenty of dates predicted for the end of the world. Couldn't I do a video on op-amp selection? Yeah, maybe. Bandpass and ultraphonic, yeah. Yeah, that would make an interesting video, I agree. I do want to do an op-amps basic video, but there's so many others out there. There's already good videos that are out there, so... No, I don't think anyone's offended by the F-bomb, especially if I'm, you know, just casually drop it in a fast-paced conversation or something. There's nothing wrong with it, but I don't know, as a matter of taste, I guess, I don't, like, I like the F-bomb as much as the next person. I'm certainly not offended by it, but, no, I, just as a matter of, you know, just trying to, trying to not to do it. I think it's nice to try not to do it in videos. Do I keep a list of future potential YouTube video topics? A couple. Over the years, I've tried to keep lists of stuff, and I'm not very good at it. And but no, I do have a couple. Like, especially if somebody mentions something on a forum, on the forum or something, because I know if I don't write it down, I go, oh, that's a great idea. I'm going to shoot a video on that. So, you know, I write it down. Like, somebody on the forum mentioned a video on how to choose a pull-up resistor, right? Something very simple, but I thought that'd make actually a great video of how much info goes into choosing a humble pull-up resistor. I thought that'd be interesting. So yeah, I've actually written that one down. It's on a list. But no, the list has like 3 on it. You know, there's no extensive list of 10 or 20 or something like that. No, so I probably should. I should do that more, but I'm never, you know, I'm never short of ideas, really. Most of my stuff is like, because I consider it a bit of a chore, really. Like, if I go, oh, here's a list, oh, I've got to tick off all of these videos, it's a bit chore-like. So I like doing more spontaneous videos, you know. Oh, I think of something right now, switch on the camera, or something's happening right now, switch on the camera, kind of thing. That's more fun for me than you know, looking through a list and going, okay, I've got to do a video today. I'll look through a list. Oh yeah, I need to tick that off, and you know. So, but yes, I do have a list. Did I see Lincoln yet? No, I didn't know there was a movie called Lincoln. What sort of movies do I have in my collection? Oh, pardon me. Collection at home. Lots of 80s stuff. All the usual stuff, you know. I've got all the Back to the Futures, I've got the Star Wars, I've got the Indiana Joneses, I've got the Die Hards, I've got the, you know, I'm a big fan of, you know, action adventure movies, that sort of stuff. Love action adventure. What do I think about consumer PC motherboards advertised with design for military standard components? Well, I don't know. Maybe there's something in that. Maybe because military standard components usually means higher temperature rating. So if they are genuinely using higher temperature rated caps and stuff like that, then well, that's a good thing. So that's not just a marketing wank, although it is if they are putting in One Hung Low brand ones, and you know, and they're just stamped 125 degrees or something like that, and you know, or whatever. So yeah. Oh, hang on, gotta crack my back. Not sure if you heard that. Stiff. Stretch. It's not good posture here. The notebook's too low at this bench, and the hydraulic chair doesn't go down low enough. Woohoo! So yeah, I've got to remember to have good posture here. So yeah, I don't particularly like working at this machine at all. I usually work on the nice comfy chair with the desktop in there. A beginner's series. Yeah, a beginner's series on what? There's so many things. I mean, yeah, I'd love to do beginner's series. I have thought about it extensively, but they're not easy to do. They're not easy to do. A good beginner's series, and it can go on forever. It's, you know, it's tough. Yeah, I'm tired. Sorry, yawning. So you can give me a hard time. Oh yeah, I've got to... yeah, I don't get much sleep. Don't get as much as I like. What kind of music do I like? It's about the same as my taste in food, I think. It's 70s, 80s. That's probably where it stops, you know. Modern stuff, I don't get at all. 90s, 2000s, and now modern, you know, 2012, I don't really appreciate much at all. But you know, if you're talking artists, you know, like I love Weird Al. You know, I think I've seen Weird Al in concert. Love Weird Al. You know, Lennon. You know, classic stuff like that. So yeah, but I'm a bit of a 70s, 80s tragic when it comes to music. Do I like Star Trek? Oh, I don't mind the movies, but I'm not into the series stuff like Next Generation and all that. Yeah, Monkey. Usually they're on about the caps on the motherboards. Good boards have moved over to polymer electrolytics across the board. Okay, right. Interesting. Yep. Yeah, you pay a lot more for that too. Huh. When am I going to do a next book review? God, I haven't done book reviews since like episode 20 or something. You know, that's something I started out the blog doing, book reviews. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. It hasn't crossed my mind for years now, book reviews. What am I reading on my Kindle at the moment? I'm reading nothing on my Kindle because I'm reading an actual printed Dead Tree book at the moment. I'm reading Carl Sagan, The Demon Haunted World, which is awesome. If you haven't read it, it's Carl Sagan's piece on pseudoscience. So, hypnotist, if he's still here, if he didn't go out and kill himself, is he still here? Is hypnotist here? No, he's gone. No, he's gone. Hypnotist. Yeah, it's Carl Sagan's expose on pseudoscience and stuff like that. And I love it. Like, there's a chapter. Let me. There's a chapter called the baloney, Carl Sagan's baloney detection kit, and the fine art of baloney detection is the name of the chapter. So I'll put it here. The fine art of baloney detection. Yeah, so it's Carl Sagan's seminal piece on pseudoscience and how to, you know, not be conned by, you know, UFOs and you know, bloody UFOs, religion. You know, he might even mention hypnotism in there. I don't know, and you know, ESP and all that sort of, you know, stuff. And what's the I keep forgetting the term. Oh, it'll come to me. But yeah, it's his expose on pseudoscience and how not to be caught on pseudoscience. It's a really good book. Although he does spend a lot of time on UFOs. He spends like a quarter of the book on UFOs. And it's like, you didn't need to do that much. Anyway, it's a great book. That's what I'm reading at the moment. Carl Sagan's Demon Haunted World. Which I think is a shit title, but I understand where he got it from. What do I think about Intel will stop making socket chips? Pardon me. Socket chips on those motherboards. Oh, I don't know. No idea. I don't care. Doesn't worry me. Okay, where are we up to? What? Hang on. What do I think about Henrik Gasparowicz's videos on YouTube? I have no idea who Henrik Gasparowicz, I don't even know how to pronounce that, is. I have no idea. What kind of videos does he do? Oh, that's Fredsy Law 100. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. If people want to check it out, I do know this guy. Well, I don't know him, but I've seen his videos. Yeah, Fredsy Law. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one. Yeah, he's the one that does those really cool magic electronics videos. Like he puts 5 LEDs in series and lights them all up with series switches and stuff, and he puts secret circuitry inside them. They're very, very good, very well done. I do like his videos. They're excellent. Are there any good at-home PCB milling machines out there that can be used for prototypes? No idea. I haven't looked into it. Not that I'm aware of. Like, not reasonable. Like, not sub $1,000. I don't think. Yes, I did name my son after Carl Sagan. Yes, I did. He is named after Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan or Richard Feynman? What? What are you asking there? Who do I prefer, Carl Sagan or Richard Feynman? They're both cool. What are you talking about? Yeah, I am aware of the Apple thing and Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan tried to sue Apple because they called their next computer the Carl Sagan. And then he won that. They stopped calling it or something. And then, so their internal code name for one of the Macintosh computers was the BHA for butt-headed astronomer after that. So, and Carl tried to get that one stopped as well, but he failed because the court just said no, bullshit, you know. Yes, they can't use your name, but they can, you can't stop them using BHA for butt-headed astronomer. Everyone knows it's a joke, and well, take it as a joke. So yeah, he was a bit serious there. I would have just laughed. I would have been honoured. How's the weather in Sydney? I don't know. I think it was all right this morning. It was very early when I came here this morning, so not sure what it's like now. Oh, sorry about the yawning. Oh, come on, wake up. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Those PCB mills, they'd kind of be nice, but they're messy. You know, they have covers over them, fuming, extraction. Fiberglass dust everywhere and crap like that. They'd be noisy. Like I wouldn't have one here in the lab. It'd just be way too noisy. What is the best way to drive a Cree LED? I'm not sure what LED that is. 700 to 3 amps. You need a proper LED, constant current LED driving chip. There's tons of manufacturers out there. Highly recommend you go get one. I mean, you can roll your own, but there's so many LED driver boards out there, it's not worth it. There's so many LED driver chips and there's so many LED driver boards out there that will, you can almost certainly buy an off-the-shelf board that'll drive that LED from that battery. So, if there's not, make one and you'll sell 1 million of them. Yeah, some of his videos are silent. Yeah, that's what I didn't like about his videos. They were silent. I would have, I do like having... I don't like silent videos. Worse than silent videos is videos that have just the music over them. That's worse than silent. How far is the office from my house? It's about a 15-minute walk, or like a 4 minute drive or something. 5 if you count a minute to get down to the car and get out and stuff like that. It's, so it's like 5 to 15 minutes away, depending on if I walk or I drive. So yeah, I deliberately paid more for this office so that it was close to home, so I'd have the lifestyle thing, you know, I'd be very close to home. And with Sagan, now it's really good. You know, I can come and go as I need to. It's, you know, it's really easy to get home, here and back from home if needed. So yeah, I'm glad I bought something within walking distance of home. I mean, you know, I could have gotten 3-4 times the space for the same price if I went further out west or something, and, you know, 15-minute drive away or something like that. I could have, you know, it wouldn't have been as nice. It would have been like a, you know, warehousey type thing instead of an office or something. But technically, I could have got a lot more space for my money. So, or maybe I could have got an office which was, say, double the size of this, 100 square meters. This one's 50 square meters. I could have got 100 square meters for the same price if I was willing to drive a bit further. But yeah, so, but I'm very glad that I got this one. Hang on a sec, I'll be back. All right. Am I an atheist? Yes, I am. Abso-freaking-lutely. And if anyone's not, I've got to ask why not. Because being religious is the height of delusion and stupidity. It just really is. And no, I won't pander to respecting people who hold religious views, because it's just bullshit. It's utter bullshit. All religions are just utter bullshit. And I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm not going to pander and be nice and respect it, because I respect people's right to do it. I respect people's right to believe in anything they damn well like. If you want to believe in sky fairies and Elvis is still alive and the flying teapot, then by all means, go ahead. I got no problem with it at all. Just don't ask me to respect it or to believe it, or to give you tax breaks for it, or for you to teach it to my kids. There you go. Yeah, sure, I've just pissed off, like, you know, shit, stats probably say that there's, I don't know, probably 20% of people on here might be religious. I mean, you know, like, as in, would be offended by what I just said. Well, you know, tough titties, sorry. Yeah, that's, thank you, Mini-Me. Yes, he says, I love your opinion on, your vocal opinion on atheism. Yes, because there's too many people out there. I mean, most people, especially in this country, right, most people know it's bullshit, right? But they just go along with it because they don't want to offend anyone, and, you know, it's just the social custom and all that sort of crap. And, yeah, they just don't want to rock the boat. And it's just, which is fine, you know, it's fine if it wasn't so pervasive in our society, i.e. they get tax breaks, they teach it to our freaking kids in school, right? It pisses me off, right? And they have political influence and all sorts of stuff, and not nearly as much as the US, of course. The US are the masters, but You know, no, it's like unbelievable. It's even worse that I live in the Bible Belt here in Australia. I live in the Hills District, the Bible Belt. I'm a stone's throw from Hillsong Church. Oh, man. So yeah, thank you, Mini Me. Yes, more people should be vocal on it because because it's bullshit and it should be treated as such. Yeah, this is a bit different to the forum thread, Scion. So have I pissed anyone off? Has anyone stormed out in disgust? Never watch me again. Because I just insulted their god, their imaginary friend. Oh, hang on, I can't see the comment. The hypnotist is back. Yeah, I tweeted that microwave pizza. I tweeted that study in the UK. If you want to post a link to it, it's on my Twitter account. It's a really interesting stat. They in the UK they had a census. Well, yeah, the 2011 they just released the results, and there was a big, as there is everywhere in the world, there's a big swing towards non-religion, right? I.e., atheism, agnosticism. Not that there's much difference. To non-religious, there's a big swing towards it, but it's not as big a swing as it should be because the question is the same in the UK as it is here in Australia. It's a lead-in question. It happened on our census too. And we're trying to get it changed, i.e. the atheist community are trying to get the question changed because it's a leading question. It asks, what is your religion? And that is a leading question. It assumes that you are religious. And most people, and this UK study, what this UK study found, and it's so obvious, because it's a leading question, most people go, most people are thinking in their head, I'm not really religious, but I was brought up a Catholic. I was brought up, something, and my parents were that, and well, yeah, that's what I should put. So they tick that, even though they're not religious, and that totally skews the results. It totally skews it. And this UK thing, there it is. Yeah, Humanism UK. Yep, thank you, Microwave Pizza. That's the one. There you go. He's put the link in there. And it shows that when they actually went out, they did a poll. They paid to do a study and a poll. They asked people that same question as a control, and then they went out and asked them the other way around. Are you religious? So they, instead of saying, what religion are you, they asked, are you religious instead? And boom, instantly, you got the real figure. Like it was like 60% or whatever, right? It was huge. It was huge. So it is, like I love stats. I love things like this. It's really fascinating stuff if you really want to go into the details of it. And there was a 67% rise in people in England reporting no religion. But the most fascinating part is down the bottom where they asked. Here we go. When they asked the question, I probably should do a screen capture, right? I can actually do that. Should I try? I've never tried because I'm using Ustream Producer software now, and I can go. Allows you to add a shot that contains. Here we go. Add microphone. No source settings. Add a source. Hang on. Add video shot. Add picture shot. Add music. Launch desktop presenter. Oh no, you've got to run desktop presenter or something. You've got to run desktop presenter. That's annoying. Yeah, I probably won't do it now. But yeah, anyway, so I can't. Yes, I can. Just turn the camera around. That's the way to do it. There we go. Here we go. Right, so... Oh, no, it's overexposed. Oh, no, we got overexposed. There we go. You probably can't see it, but anyway, no, it's going to suck ass. No, it's going to suck. And I just changed the... Oh, hang on. All right, I think we're... No, I think I'm on auto exposure again, damn it. That's annoying. No, I think I screwed it. Ah, well, doesn't matter. Yeah, anyway, when they ask the question... Sorry about going on about this. I find it fascinating. It's one of the things that interests me. Yeah, so when they ask the question, which is asked on the census, so go to this link, people, if you want to see it. Who do you feel sorry for, Chipmunk? Me or somebody else? I wasn't following the question. Anyway. No. Okay. Yeah. So when they asked the question, what is your religion? Which was what was asked in the census, they got a response of 53% said Christian and 39% said no religion, right? So it was, so you might think that the UK is Christian dominated, right? Although they're very close, right? Almost 40% of the, population of the UK is non-religious, right? Huge, massive. But when they asked it the other way around, when they asked, because that's a leading question, when they asked, are you religious? The answer popped out to be 29%, only 29% said yes, and 65% said no, and 6% said, I don't know, don't understand the question, or don't care. So yeah, so the real answer is 65% of the UK are not religious, right? So why are they opening all the faith schools and everything else in the UK? We have Tony Blair to thank for that, apparently. Yeah, and it's just, unbelievable. So it's a similar thing here in Australia. So for the next census, which, I don't know, when is it? I don't know, 2015 or something, they're trying to get the question changed. So there's a big campaign, a big push to get the question changed. Closet? No, Blair wasn't a closet Catholic. He was a full-on... he belched over the head with it. Maybe not when he was in office. I'm not sure. I don't follow UK politics much. But after he got out, oh yeah, he was banging people on the head with that Bible. Yeah, Richard Dawkins found that if they said they were Christian, they thought they made them a good person. Yeah, it's like, shit like that. Did you have a closer look at KiCad after your first impressions video? Asked Moo777. No, I didn't, unfortunately, but I do want to play with that more when I do finally have to use a new package. Can hobbyists just tweak the calibration settings you made with your triple and call it good? I don't know. Sorry. I obviously missed the first part of your question. Oh, I've seen oscilloscope calibrators. Do they allow common folk to calibrate their oscilloscope? Just recommend taking to a professional. No, you can calibrate your own scope. Most people have the gear, the ability to calibrate their own scope. It's not hard. Yes, Sion, that's the old saying. Yes, people who are religious are actually atheists. They just don't know it. Why? How? I hear you ask. How can that be correct? Well, are there any religious people here? Put up your hand. Anyone? Anyone willing to admit that they're... I don't mind, really, In fact, I hate people who won't admit it. I have more respect for somebody who says, I believe in this and I don't give a shit what you say. I actually have some respect for that person. I hate the fence sitters. Oh, yeah, I believe, but then they, then they'll cower away in the corner when they're asked to defend their position. I have, so I find them worse, infinitely worse than somebody who believes it and has the conviction to defend it. Believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Anyway, yeah, what somebody was mentioning there is that, yes, religious people are actually atheists because they don't believe in any of the other gods, right? They don't believe in Thor. They don't believe in Osiris, right? They don't believe in, Buddha, all the other gods out there, right? There's hundreds of them, thousands of them that have been worshipped all over the years. They don't believe in those gods. Why? Because there's no evidence for it, right? Yet they believe in their God. So they're atheists for all those other gods, right? They hold the atheistic position that I don't believe all those other gods exist, yet I'll believe in my one. It's just nuts. Think for a minute. If you just sit and think about it, you'll realize how batshit crazy it actually is. Yeah, I agree, Monkey. If they stand up and say it and have conviction, then it means something, yeah. I prefer militant apathy. Well, see, that's the thing. That's the huge... atheism and atheist has a huge stigmatism attached to it. It's got a bad marketing department. It really does. Because... I need more water. Because, yeah, a lot of people don't understand the atheist position. They think that we absolutely are thoroughly convinced and believe, right, just like religious people do, that a God does not exist. And that is not the proper atheist opinion at all. I don't know a single non-crazy atheist, right? There are some militant crazy ones out there who are absolutely, will not change their opinion regardless, right? You ask any atheist out there, they will say, yes, I'm happy to change my mind. I'm happy to believe in God. Just show me some evidence. That's compelling. That's the position of a true atheist. See, the main difference between an atheist and an agnostic is the atheist actually is more informed about it and has more of an opinion about it and has actually researched it and thought more thoroughly about it and has come to the conclusion that yes, I've looked and there is no evidence and it's almost certainly, can't say for sure, but it's almost certainly a load of bullshit. And yeah, whereas the agnostic just goes, oh, I don't care. I'll just fence sit. I don't care, because they've never really looked at it, or they don't have an opinion, or they don't want to rock the boat. So, how long do these live shows run for? I don't know. Last one went for 3 hours. So, we've been going 2.5 hours. Wow. So, anyway, yeah. I'm sure nobody's on here is game to stand up and say, yes, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus. Really. Like, I actually have no problem with... now that we're on the topic, I may as well finish it. I have no problem with people who believe in a God, right? Who believe in... some God who created the universe. Okay, the evidence isn't there for it, but if you want to believe that because it gives you the warm fuzzies, okay, fine, no problem at all. I.e., you hold the theistic, you're a theist. You hold the theistic position that I believe in a God, right? Somebody who created us, created the universe, right? If I'm not talking about creationism, which is absolutely batshit crazy bullshit, right? But I have no problem if you're a theist and you believe in a God. But if you believe in, like, that, you know, what's in, believe the holy books, any of the holy books, they're absolutely batshit crazy. Not only are they batshit crazy, they're contradictory and in themselves, and then they contradict everything else. So by definition, they can't be correct, right? It's like, man, it's just bullshit. So anyway, so yeah, but nobody very few people hold the theistic version. Probably the spiritual people do more than anything. You know, if you want to believe in that sort of stuff, you know, it's harmless, I guess. But when you start believing the holy books of the Word of God, and yeah, which God? You know, bullshit. Oh man. Anyway, I could rant on for hours. I could debate it for hours if anyone ever wants to debate me. By all means, if there's a religious nutter out there who thinks they can debate me on religion, hey, you want to have a Google Hangout? That'd be fun. Anyway, let's go off that. Oh, we're talking about Genesis now. Not Genesis the Bible bullshit. We're talking about Genesis the group. I do like Genesis. God fight. Oh, right. Since this is the anniversary show, like the 400 videos, any thoughts on looking back at the 400 shows of EEVblog? No, I did that for the 100th, and I think I may have done it for the 200th too. And they are the worst, horrible videos to edit I have ever done. They are absolutely horrible. If you know, trying to edit do a compilation video, edit a compilation video of 100 previous videos you've done, or in this case 400 you're talking about, right? I'd have to sit there and look through 400 videos, and I'd have to load 400 huge videos, right? Not just the individual clips. I'd have to load the full videos into my timeline, and the computer just slows down to a crawl, and it's, I can remember the 100th video I did, which was a compilation of the first 100, and that took me like a week to edit. My machine was like shutting down, and it could not handle. I've got better machines now which are capable of doing it, so it wouldn't be it wouldn't be as much pain on the performance front. But when you load in, say I'm loading 400 videos, like with an average length of 30 minutes, and try and pick out content. I mean, some I can do from my head. Yeah, I remember I did something funny in that video, so I'll search. I don't remember the numbers, so I'll search for that video, so no, it's a nightmare. Man, I think I'd rather have all my teeth extracted than do another compilation video. So, little tip to other YouTubers out there: if you want to do a compilation video, anyway, do it. You'll realize how much work it is. I should debate Ken Ham. Oh man, that guy's batshit crazy, far out. Or I could do Banana Man, who's a New Zealander. Ken Ham, yeah, he's involved in the Creationist Museum, Creation Museum, I think. Yes, Moo, I might do a video on fixing that Turnigy board. A lot of people have asked for that. Don't know why. It's so simple. You just solder a couple of 30 gauge wire, across. But yeah, I'll do a video on it, I think. Joanna asks, is the entire world a computer simulation? Yeah, probably. We're in the Matrix. Is there a green tinge behind me? Is the display on the JBC handy, or is there going to be a 5-minute video rant on it? Yeah, I've only used it that once. But I guess it's handy in that it shows you the current temperature and the peak and the set temperature and the bar graph. I do kind of like that. It's a bit wanky, but it does have some functionality. But I don't know. That's not on, right? No. They're I don't know how they're getting the tip reading though. I mean, if you take this tip out, oh no, sorry, it is a 3. Oh no, okay, that's how they must have a temperature sensor in the tip, because it is a you probably have to do that. There we go, to focus on that. So it is a it is got 3 contacts on it. It's got the outer contact, a middle contact, and a tip contact on it as well, and that's for the main camera. That's for the main camera. So yeah, it's got the end one, the middle one, and the outer one. So that is technically 3 terminals. So I guess that's how, yeah, I guess that's how they get the heater, the element, as well as the sensing thing. So I wondered how they did that. I thought it was only 2 terminal, but it's not. So that makes sense now. So yeah, I do like that you can measure the temperature on the head. I mean, it's a really nice iron. It, you know, I used it that once and I was instantly impressed. The amount of thermal capacity is just amazing. So yeah, but I don't know. I mean, with the JBC, you know, my review's probably going to end up saying, hang on, I'll tell you, I can, you know, it's pretty obvious what my review's going to end up saying here, right? My review's going to end up saying, yeah, it's a wank that you've got the LCD, but it's kind of handy. I absolutely hate the no, I don't have mains plugged in. You know, the fact that it's got firmware and everything is, you know, absolutely bullshit. You know, soldering iron with firmware is crap. I don't like the stand, how it's all integrated, but I do like how it goes back to idle mode. You know, you can fast replace the tips. I haven't, no, that one you can't. But apparently you can, I haven't tried it yet, but apparently you can fast replace the tips with that thing there. You know, and yeah, I much prefer the separate stand, and its thermal capacity and ability to heat up quickly seems phenomenal. So there you go, that's it. And I'm sure the build quality inside is awesome, because it, you know, it's super high quality, very expensive. I think this one's like $400 or something. I'm not sure about the conversion rates and stuff like that, but that's probably going to be the review in a nutshell, because some, you know, I mean, some reviews are just obvious, you know, what the end result's going to be. You know, before I even hit record, it's just, you know, yeah, it's a great brand iron, top quality, top price, with a few personally annoying features that I don't like, but its performance is phenomenal. You know, it's kind of like a fluke, you know. Yeah, the Fluke 87 its performance is great and it's trustworthy and it's super high quality, but it's got some annoying things and poor value for money in compared to, you know, well, you know, depends on how you value. You know, if you want to spend $400 on a soldering iron, yeah, I recommend it. You know, fantastic. But if you're a hobbyist beginner, should you spend $400 on it? Well, no, of course not. You know, I mean, you go out and buy a Heiko FX 888 or something for under $100. So yeah, that's probably going to be the review in a nutshell. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what my final review is and compare it to that, but it just, like 5 minutes of looking at something, you can pretty much sum it up. You know, it's not hard. So I assume inside is great build quality as well. So the heater doubles as a thermocouple says hang on. Trying to get quick. The heater doubles as a thermocouple. They alternate. Oh, they alternate, do they? Between heat and sense. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Is there like a I guess I should ask JBC if they got details on that. I haven't looked at the manual and stuff. Maybe all the blurbs on the website of how it actually works. So yeah, I'm not sure. Do I plan on doing a video about op amps? Asked Tish. Yeah, probably. It's been on the list for a long time, but other people have done it. I'm not sure what I can add, but yeah, I'd like to start out with the basics and then work the way up. What is this term wanky? It has a totally different meaning in the UK. Yeah, no, it's yeah, no, wank means exactly the same thing as you think it does. It's a term that I found very common, and I like it. Just, yeah, it means the same thing, but also has this alternate meaning of, you know, you've gilded the lily. It's, you know, it's a bit flashy. It's a bit, you know, something like that. You know, it's, if it's done for a wank, it's, you know, it's pointless or something. It's, you know, so yeah, the term's been hijacked for different meaning, which is quite common. Tear down that solder station. Yeah, I probably won't do a teardown Tuesday on it though, because it probably doesn't warrant a teardown on its own. Maybe I think I might just make it part of the review. Yeah, $400 master burner. Yeah, it's not cheap. Maybe you can get it cheaper elsewhere, but I think that's roughly the price. Repeated question. Maybe. Hot air rework soldering station. The OUYUE, but I don't know how to pronounce that. UE or something. Any other recommendations? Well, they're cheap. I mean, if you can only afford, they're okay. They got, well, I don't recommend their soldering iron. Well, no, you asked for rework and desoldering. Yeah, they're probably good for rework and desoldering. I don't recommend a crap brand soldering station, but for desoldering and for rework hot air stuff, which you don't use as often as a soldering iron, then yeah, it's okay. I mean, I've got a cheap ass, you know, A10 brand hot air gun. I don't use it that much, so a cheap one's okay. Does the job. Yeah, they're nude virgins from Utopia Land. Yeah, maybe I could do some measurements. I'm not sure how I would do some. I'd have to break into the leads or something. I don't know. Output current. You know. Yeah, it might be interesting, Mike. But maybe I could do some measurements on it. But yeah, probably have to break into the lead for that, because you can't really get into the element itself. That's a bit much. So yeah, we'll see. Oh, somebody's already done a teardown, have they, of the JBC on the forum? Okay, interesting. Well, there you go. If you want to see inside it, jump on the forum, you know. But yeah, it seems to be a really good iron. Whew. Hey, we're out of questions for a change. Yeah, you're going to sit back and relax. No questions. I can relax. Here we go. Feet up. Don't want to fall backwards off my chair here. That'd be pretty embarrassing. What's the time? Hey, 10:30. We've been recording. The camera's still hanging in there. Recording for 2 hours and 43 minutes. I've only got 166 minutes left on the battery, so can't go longer than that. Not that I go that long. That'd be like 5 hours or something. I think this battery is good for like 6 hours or something. It depends on how you use the LCD and stuff. I can switch the LCD off, but I've got the webcam attached to my LCD screen. Whew. Hey, questions have come up. Would you care to talk about how a multimeter input works? Maybe make a I've already done. Well, I've done multimeter input protection. Yeah, how the input works. Oh yeah, maybe, but you know, there's differences between meters, so it wouldn't be as universal kind of thing. Yeah, maybe. Do I ride a bike? Yes, I do ride a bike, like a push bike. Yeah, I ride it to the gym occasionally. Haven't ridden it to the office yet. Sort of prefer to walk. I mean, it's not that far. But I do ride it to the gym. What is the use of a frequency counter? Is it to make sure your timings are good for like digital protocols? Asked to Cillin. It's, well, good to check absolute frequency of stuff, trimming stuff, things like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's not an often used bit of kit. Because generally, like, if you buy a, your project uses a crystal oscillator or something, and, you know it's going to work spot on, or, close enough. If you have to worry about that and use a super accurate frequency counter, you're into all sorts of other stuff that really is, you would know it if you had to do it. So really, if you have to ask, it's one of those things, if you have to ask the question, you probably, the answer is that, well, if you have to use it, you wouldn't be asking the question, kind of thing, if you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, frequency counters aren't all that useful. You've got to have a specific need. I rarely need to use a frequency counter, because if you're buying off the shelf oscillator module, it's going to oscillate it, within, 10, 20 ppm or something. It's going to be spot on. So unless you're into like RF stuff and trimming stuff and things like that, that's where it becomes more useful. It's pure water. It's filtered water. Whoever asked that in my drink bottle. It's filtered water. How many copies of my internet dating book did I sell? Physical printed copies only in the hundreds, I'm afraid. Because I wrote that and published that like 12 years ago now. And back then, I don't think it's the case these days, but back then, all the action was on Amazon, right? Amazon were the big thing back then. That's how you bought your books, and you could not get, unless you had an American company, you had to be an American company to sell books on Amazon, and I could not get the thing listed on Amazon, so it didn't sell. Basically, selling books is a mug's game. Printing and selling books is a mug's game. So I sold a couple of, sold a few hundred. All those, let me see if I can turn this around. You have a look down there. If you want a copy, here they are. Here are the spare copies. Down there, all in boxes. There's a lot of unsold copies of that book. But digital-wise, it is the world's most popular. Because I had it for a free download for many years. And it is the world's most widely read book on internet dating. It's the most widely read because I gave it away in the end. I think I've taken that down now, but it's still out there. Because I did do a Kindle version of it. I wanted to see if that would sell. It doesn't sell either. So there's just too much on the market. There's way too much. I think it's a pretty good book, but there's way too much on the market. It's saturated, and the ones that get all the that actually do sell have huge marketing behind them. So, yeah. Do I plan to do a video on controlled impedance PCB routing? Yeah, I'll probably do one on that in the future, I'm sure. That would be on the list. What do I think about Philips oscilloscopes? I do like them. If you can pick up an old Philips analog, highly recommend it. You can get a big bandwidth one for not much money. They aren't as popular as the Tex, so you can get them for lower cost, the Philips ones. I'm not sure how they are in terms of like actually repairing them. and stuff, and if they're easy or not, I don't know, but I do like them. Do I like to look at chip die shots and see? No, I don't. No, I'm not that fascinated by chip die shots. Photos, that is. Yeah, I published a frequency counter a long time ago. That was just a little side project, and Silicon Chip said, do you want to publish it? And, yeah, whatever. And so, yeah, it turned into an article in Silicon Chip. A little 6-digit frequency counter, 40 megahertz. Yes, I experienced electric shocks when I was a kid, of course. Not so much now. No, because I'm very careful. And I rarely work on live gear, so I've never heard of Antex soldering stations. Never heard of them. Sorry. Sorry, Nux. I don't know what Antex soldering. I never heard of the Antex soldering station. So your guess is as good as mine. Mini Me, what's your question? I keep missing your question. Sorry. What do I think of O1 brand oscilloscopes? Well, they're cheap and nasty. You know, they do the job if you're a beginner. They're going to do the job. There you go. Mike responded. Annex are a cheaper UK brand. Very plasticky. There you go. Summary from Mike. Sorry, Mini Me, if you're going to ask a question, put a Q in front of it. Put a Q and a colon in front of it. Otherwise, I won't see it. You're using an LM334 current source. My microcalc project, no, I haven't worked on that for ages. I answered that before. I have no plans to resurrect that. Although, you know, it always sits there and haunts me. Can I point you to a good PC oscilloscope? Well, what's your budget? I mean, you know, if you want good, you go to one of the high-end picoscopes, or the New Zealand Clever Scope is very good in terms of, like, you know, high, you know, it's like 14-bit sampling converter, like, you know. But if you're asking a good PC oscilloscope just as a replacement for a bench scope, there's no such thing. And if you're talking about just the El Cheapo 8-bit scopes on eBay or whatever, no, they're just garbage. But yes, you can get good PC, or, you know, even Agilent make PC-based scopes. You can buy an Agilent PC-based scope, right? And yeah, but it's like $3,000 or something, right? And no, if you want a good PC-based scope, you've got to spend like $1,000. You've got to spend serious money. So that's the answer to your question. So yes, the New Zealand Clever Scope, I quite like that. I've done a video on that. Bart is the designer. He's from New Zealand. And the Pico scopes, both advertised on my website. That Shockwave has crashed. Shockwave has crashed. Lost all my chat. Damn it. Reload. Okay, I'm back, I think. onehunglow.com is a valid domain. Somebody registered One Hung Low. Oh, that's great. And they registered the English spelling of it. I mean, you know, people, like, there is like the, you know, you can do like the Chinese variation on the spelling where one is W-U-N or something, you know. Yeah. So somebody owns. Is it just a squatter? onehunglow.com. It wasn't me. I didn't register onehunglow.com. What's there? Nah, it's a squatter. There you go. Some speculator heard me use it and registered One Hung Low. I'll probably get an email. Would you like to buy onehunglow.com? No. Your question's complicated, Mini-Me. I can't divide down a higher VREF. Goodness. Can't divide down a higher VREF because single supply op amp you would need a non-inverting config with a gain less than 1. Any ideas? But sorry, I don't know. It's too complicated. I missed the first part of your question because the chat crashed. What do I think of the One Hung Low 50 meg 2-channel analog scopes on eBay? Oh, are you talking about digital? Sorry, you didn't say analog. Are you talking about digital or analog? If you're talking about the new digital ones, you get what you pay for. I mean, if it's all you can afford, yeah, fine. You know, it'll probably do the job, but they're not that great. I wouldn't, you know, you're not going to get any support with it. You know, if you can spend a little bit more, buy the Rigol or buy, I don't know, an Instec or something. I mean, some people think the O1's, you know, pretty good for the money, and I don't doubt, you know, there's Handtech ones and stuff which, you know, a lot of people are telling me are okay, but yeah, they're okay. Just don't expect too much from them. That's all. Oh, you need a 0.3 volt reference. Can't divide down a higher ref, the single op amp, unless I have an accurate VCC on 2. Oh, you need a 0.3 volt reference. Well, you know, there's two ways. You use a regular well, you have to divide it down. I mean, you can't get a 0.3 volt reference because the band gap, the physics of band gaps, I mean, stop at, you know, 1.2 volts. I mean, I think there might be some weird physics ones which do 0.8 or something, band gap voltages, but I don't know, don't quote me on that. So you have to divide it down. So you've got to get either your precision resistors to divide it down, i.e. 0.1%, precision resistors divide it down, and then you've got to buffer it, of course, with a follower, an op-amp follower, or you can use ordinary resistors and trim it. You can trim it, of course, with a trim pot. So that's how you get a 0.3 volt reference. Once again, you'd buffer it. But then, you know, if you're using ordinary resistors, just watch the temp co. I mean, if you know, the yeah, I mean, it's a reference is all about the temperature coefficient. It looks like I am approaching the recording time of the Ustream producer, so I better save it. So I better stop recording and save it. Hang on. EEVblog 400th part 1. Okay, I've saved part 1. There you go. Ustream has a 3-hour recording limit. There you go, we hit it. Start recording. And yeah, we're recording again. I'll make sure the chat's still going. Yeah, the chat's still going, so everything's fine. So, recording again on Ustream. Okay, where was I? Yeah, Temco. Everything's about Temco. A lot of people think accuracy is the be-all, end-all in references. You know, you buy a $30 reference chip and it's, you know, 0.05% accurate or something. It doesn't, well, if you don't want to trim it, then that matters. But what really matters is the Temco. Like take for example the, what is it, the HP 3558? Am I correct there? Like HP's highest end 8.5 digit multimeter, you know, the 85, it's quite old, but it's still current. The 8558 voltage, meter, right? And, you know, it's got like the world's lowest drift and all that sort of stuff. Well, you know, you might be surprised to find that the reference in that, you can buy it, right? It's just a linear technology, oh, don't quote me, LT like 40 or something, or 140, oh, I don't know, no, I'm not going to remember the exact number. But right, you can buy it from Linear Technology. It's like $40, one-off price, right? So you can buy the same reference that's used in this, $10,000 multimeter, right? You can buy that reference. It's just the LT chip, right? But they're used, they've got, carefully engineered Tempco, but it's all about the Tempco. So they've got carefully engineered surrounding circuitry and stuff, and they don't even keep it in an oven. I don't believe. I think it's just, it's just sitting there. So LT1000 it could be. JND CZ it could be the. Anyway, yeah, like Linear Tech's highest end, like it's like $40 one off. Or something like that, I think. And yeah, and that's the reference using that $10,000 multimeter. And it's all about the Tempco because it's super duper low Tempco. So that's what you're paying for. And it's like, but if you look at, what I'm saying is if you look at the spec for that chip, it's like 3% or something. Like, if you went into DigiKey and parametrically sorted those voltage references, and that one wouldn't show up because you go, 3% or something. It's useless, right? It's garbage, but it's not. It's the best one in the industry because its Tempco is incredibly low. So you need to sort by Tempco instead of by percentage reference, unless you want to do no trimming at all. So that HP one is trimmed very, very precisely. Tongue at the right angle with the one eye squinting, stroking the beard at the same time, and it's tweaked. And once you tweak it, it's got a super low Tempco, super stable, and that's what makes it a $10,000 multimeter. So there you go. I hope I answered your question, whoever that was that wanted a 0.3 volt reference. There's no way to do it apart from a voltage divider. You really have to roll your own. Yeah, but it's all about the Tempco. You put it in a toaster at 60 and a freezer and it moves 4 millivolts. Yeah, you can work out what the ppm is. Norwegian guy asks, how do I spot the difference in logic level MOSFETs and normal ones when looking at a data sheet? So many parameters to understand. The easiest way is to find one that's branded logic level. And that takes all the, because usually they'll be, logic level these days means, under 5 volts. Usually they're not talking about 5, they're talking about 3.3 or thereabouts. So it should work at 3.3. So yeah, find one that's branded logic level. In DigiKey, I think you can even parametrically search for, or mouse or whatever, you can parametrically search for logic level MOSFETs. So that is probably the best way to do it, I would suspect. Yeah, otherwise you've got to search for the VGS at particular current you need, and you might have to look at the curves and, no, it's not that great. Although they should have a headline, if it works like at 2.5 volts, something like that, then you're probably fairly safe that it's going to be a logic level compatible MOSFET. So, but yeah, it can be very confusing. So just get one of the branded ones, because they are branded. They actually make a specific mention that, right up the top of the data sheet. They'll even call it in the title, logic level MOSFET. So just that's the easiest way to be sure. What tips do I have on making good front panels? Not with a PCB. I don't know. I haven't done non-PCB front panels for a long time. PCB is just so easy. PCB front panels are great. I don't know. I've sent them off to engravers and stuff like that. Like I've had a metal panel. You can get them nicely engraved and stuff like that. There's companies out there that do it. There's an online company. Someone will know the name. The moment I realise there's no more water in the water bottle, the live show ends. Yeah. Yes, Mike said, yeah, the logic level ones, typically less than 2 volts VGS, yeah. Yeah, I said 2.5, you know, round about that figure, and generally. But yeah, just get one branded for it, and then you know it's going to work. That's sort of the easiest way. Yeah, there's an online front panel. I don't remember. Custom frontpanelexpress.com. There you go. There's frontpanelexpress.com. Give them a try. I haven't tried them myself, but like it does. I think that's them anyway. Oh, hang on. Log in. Oh, I just... There we go. Dog food commercials. Yeah, you're getting targeted commercials. Sorry about that. Yeah, Front Panel Express. They will do your front panels. I'm not sure, like whether or not they machine them out or whether or not they laser cut them or whatever. I'm not. However they do it, and then they silk screen them for you. So they will design your custom front panels. Not sure how much they cost, but it looks. They've got like free software to design it, and you know, if you want ease, if you want easy, that's probably the way to do it. There you go. Someone's used them. They used them, fairly fast turnaround, not too expensive, seem very nice. There you go. Oh, do-it-yourself front panels. Oh, okay, sorry. I've done the lettering. You can buy the lettering. You know, you can even at the local supermarket even have for the kids. Like, you know, you can get the individual letters and you can get the lettering and you can make up your own words and you stick them on and then you can spray it with a contact adhesive or something to, or a lacquer or something to actually protect so the letters don't rub off. That's a way to do it yourself. If you want to do it yourself labeling. Or you just use a label machine. Like I've done that before. I've got one of those cheap label machines and you can just print it out. They're adhesive back, you stick them on and they make reasonable front panels. You can get clear ones. They print like, you know, they'll print a colour on clear background so you don't see, so it's not just a white tape. But even those, I mean, there's nothing wrong with making a one-off front panel with those stick-on tapes that you just print. If you know the one I'm talking about, you know, the little ones you can, the keypad and the thermal printer built in, and the, you know, Dymo is the name. So yeah, those Dymo label printers, there, you know, if it's just a one-off and you don't, you know, it doesn't have to look massively professional, then that's fine. How long would it take for me to get back into the EE business as a full-time engineer? You mean if if this thing failed tomorrow? I don't know. Wouldn't take. Just finding a job's fairly easy. Finding a good job is a bit harder. It takes longer. But if you just need, you know, if you're desperate for the cash and you're unemployed and you needed, you know, if I needed to get a job, yeah, I could go out and get a job. I don't think it's a big deal, really. So, the mic level on that camera, main camera, is pretty shit, but anyway, whatever. Yeah, it wouldn't take me that long to get a job, although I'd probably have to leave all the blog stuff off, because once they see that I did this sort of stuff, well, some people would like it and they'd want to employ me because of who I am. And they know me through the blog, but others would go, we're not touching that guy, you know. So it's a bit of a dilemma, really. Oh boy. The hypnotist. When I first did my videos, was I embarrassed by the occasional speech impediment I have? I don't recall ever seeing it at the beginning. Not that it's an issue. Not embarrassed by it. I mean, my voice is horrible to begin with. Let alone any issues. No, I'm not embarrassed by it. If I was, you know, I mean,
I was embarrassed at the quality of the video, but I put it up anyway. I don't care. You can't care. I mean, if you worry about what people think, then, well, you shouldn't be in the game, really. I mean, it's just, you end up doing a photonic induction when you start when you start caring like that. And by me doing a photonic induction, I mean, get so fed up with the whole thing that you just quit, and no, you just can't care. Mini-me, what point of view are you coming from when you say that they might not like to hire you because of this stuff? Because of I'm talking about the outspokenness of it. Like they might see, if they just casually look at the blog and go, oh, he's a famous, look at him, he's done all these videos and he's famous. If they don't, and then that's usually a good thing. But if they've actually watched some of the videos, like some they, would think are great and it wouldn't do me any harm at all. Others, if they might watch one of my rants or something like that, then they might go, shit, we're not going to hire a guy who's got too many opinions. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. My outspokenness and willing to speak up and stuff like that. And that's why I've been not very liked at the companies I've worked at, because I'd always speak up and tell the truth and say what I thought, or say what I thought needed to be said. And well, yeah, some companies and some people and some managers don't like that. They just want you to keep your mouth shut and do your damn job. And I find it hard to do that. I find it hard to keep my mouth shut. So if I find something wrong, I'm going to say it, and I have no fear of saying it, because I have no fear of losing my job. Never have. So yeah, so it could hurt me from that aspect. I don't know, but it certainly could. So, because there are a lot of companies who do not like that. They just want you to be the model employee, and they don't like it. Some companies even don't like you to do stuff outside of work. I mean, they're that anal, because they think, oh, it's, you're not going to stick around, or you're not devoting all your energy to the company and all that sort of jazz. Crazy, batshit crazy stuff like that. Oh, do I still have the same big female percentage on YouTube that I talked about years ago? No, I don't. As it turns out, that was quite no. My female audience is like, I think at most it's like 7%. It's quite small. I think it averages about 5. It depends on what section of videos you take the stats over. It varies. But no, it's not the 50% I said it was, like right at the start. That turned out to be, embarrassingly, that turned out to be not correct. It was a problem on the stats. They goofed it up. They got their work experience programmer in, and for like a month there or something, the stats on YouTube were all bullshit in terms of the male-female ratio. They just got it all wrong. And so, I was watching my stats and I thought, shit, it's 50% female, or whatever the figure was. And so I did a video on it, and it turned out to be incorrect. It turned out to be a bug in YouTube, or whatever, a fault in the YouTube firmware or algorithm or something, and it was wrong. So anyway, seemed right at the time. So no, I don't have anywhere near that percentage. It's like 7 or 8 tops, I think. What techniques do I recommend for making do-it-yourself PCBs this time? There's many ways. I've always preferred the laser printed transparency directly over positive photoresist, pre-coated photoresist board. And I was able to get excellent results with that. And I did many boards over many years making my own boards. But yeah, I mean, there's other methods now. Like there's toner there's like the paper based, like you put what's it called, the toner transfer system where you you know, you put the sheet, you buy special sheets, you put them in your laser printer, and then you flip it upside down on your board and you transfer the toner with an iron, you know, like as in a iron for ironing your clothes iron, and or some people put it through like a thermal roller or something like that. And I don't know, I haven't tried them, so I don't know. Geez, I'm hungry. Man, didn't have much this morning. I had a protein drink and some toast before, very quickly before I came. But now it's like 11. That was like at 6:30. Now it's 11 a.m. and I'm rather hungry. We've been going for 3 hours and 15 minutes. I think we smashed the previous record. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to smash the previous record of the previous live show. Oh boy. Yeah, and the wife hadn't made me lunch today. She's buggered off somewhere this morning. I don't think I might have a spare banana left in my bag from yesterday. No. Empty. No, completely empty. No food in the office. My secret stash has run out. Secret stash of chocolate and lollies. The wife doesn't know about. Mini Me. Look, Mini Me. Sorry, look, you've got a technical question, and you've got to put Q in front of it. Otherwise, I don't see it. For starters, and technical questions can be difficult to answer if they're in depth, and I have to go back and forth to get all your. Hang on. Have I ever eaten tuna? What? Cheese and peanut butter all together at once? What? Yeah, I have plenty of chips. Do I have a photo of device that you were designing in the FPGA video, the one with Actel and Xilinx? I might have it. Hang on. I might have it. Might be in my Altium box of parts. No, I don't have that one. Because that was like a really expensive board. That was like a $1,500, like a $2,000 board or something. I think just the FPGA alone was worth like $1,000. Really expensive board. So I don't. We didn't manufacture any spares of that. We manufactured them, and they all went to the developers and all the customers or whatever. I've got a couple of others, like, there's a Vertex 4. I can hold that right up there. There's a Vertex 4 board, for example. Yeah, that's a Vertex 4, and there's a Lattice ECP2. I don't think that's particularly high end, but that's a Lattice 1. And there's a whole bunch of others. But no, I don't have the fancy one with all the SMA connectors, if that's what you're talking about. I think if you're talking about the one I used to have in the spin-in video at the start of my intro, yeah, no, I don't have one of those. It was super expensive. So I didn't get to keep a spare one of those. Not that I'd use it for anything. It'd just be for a keepsake, There's a combined ARM one with ARM and FPGA. I don't know. There's a few. I do have a box of old Altium stuff, which has gone the way of the dodo. Yeah. All the Altium don't do hardware anymore. I think they claim to, but they don't. It's all bullshit. What AVR development environment do I use? I use the AVR Studio 6 or whatever it is, 6 with the open source C compiler. The anyway, the one that comes with it. I forget the name. Is Protel 99 SE still a worthwhile and usable PCB sketch program? You have been given a key and disk. Yes, 99 SE. You could still fly to the moon with 99 SE. You can, you could design all the new Mars lander program with 99 SE. It does everything you want, except that doesn't do the 3D thing, which is a big thing which the more modern packages do. Some interactive routing stuff isn't in there, which is in the more recent versions, but there's a lot of people out there still using 99 SE, especially in China. 99 SE was still the de facto standard in China only up until a couple of years ago, really. So yeah, 99 SE is still a very powerful package. Yes, so by all means use it. Yep, I wouldn't go back to it because there's a few things I miss in the more recent versions. What has been my favourite EE project? I don't know. A lot of people ask that. The favourite is the one I'm working on at the time. I don't really have a favourite. I mean, I've said before that a lot of my favourites are ones that involve stuff that's not EE, that involve mechanical stuff, that involve, vibration, drop testing, field testing, all that sort of stuff is fun. When you get to design a whole system and, there's more than just the EE part to it. They're really quite fun. I do like the doing the cross-domain stuff. So I've done my fair share of all sorts of mechanical engineering as well. Even though I'm not very good at it, I have done my fair share of all that stuff. So, yeah, a lot of the underwater sonar stuff I've done for the military and for the commercial oil exploration market, stuff like that. They were really fascinating projects. So they would probably be some of my favourites. See you, Chipmunk. I've outlasted you. Awesome. Well, I only woke up 4 hours ago or something, so... Yeah, camcorder's still recording. 3 hours and 22 minutes. It's got 87 minutes of battery left. According to the battery gauge on it, 87 minutes. So it's still powered from battery. I love the batteries. Like, they're big like this. I've got 2 of them, and I have one on charge and one kind of like, it's a third-party battery, but it's big, and it's like 6 hours worth of recording, maybe 5. Like, it easily does 5 hours of continuous recording. That's great. It means I can just shoot a whole day's video without worrying about the battery and worrying about power cords dangling around. I haven't used power cords for a long time, so yeah. Best thing since sliced bread, these high-capacity batteries. This is a 7.4 volt, 3003 amp hour. So you can do the math to work out what the power consumption of the Canon HFG10 camera is. There you go, 7.4 volts at 3 amp hours, and it lasts for a good 5 hours. So it's the BP827 for those Canon people out there. And it's a Wasabi Power brand. This one does have the chip in it. So it is a third-party one that's been chipped. So I do get the accurate indication of the remaining capacity. So it's a direct duplicate of the Canon one. Some of them, the ones which don't have the chip, then the Canon can't read the info out of it, and it doesn't put the battery gauge on the screen. So to tell you how much life left. But I found it very accurate, like down to, down to a few minutes. If it says it's got a couple of minutes left, it's got a couple of minutes left. So maybe it's not linear. Maybe it's not, completely linear, but it's pretty accurate. It says I've got 83 minutes left. See, it was 87 before. I don't think I was talking for 4 minutes there, but, it's pretty good. So I really like recording without mains power. I love having a long battery life. It's just great. Or I can film a couple of days. Like I'll film a couple of videos worth on the one battery. It's very good. Did I ask Nick Martin to come on the Amp Hour? No, I haven't. I'm not sure he would. I'm not sure I'm his favourite. I'm not sure he particularly likes me much anymore. I'm not 100% sure, but I doubt he'd come on the Amp Hour. I could ask. I mean, you know, yes, it's the GCC compiler. Thank you, Monkey. Mental block. Yes, I'm using the GCC compiler with AVR Studio. So yeah, maybe I can ask Nick to come on. I don't know if he'd be a good guest though. I mean, you know, it'd be nice to talk about like the old days of Altium and stuff, but he'd probably want to talk about the Internet of Things and all the new, you know, wank stuff, which I'm not particularly interested in. So I'm not sure how good a guest he'd be, but it'd certainly be interesting to have him on, possibly. No update on the Carl's electronics doco. If you want to know, ask Carl. It's a perpetually, you know, he's just too busy work. He's flying to Singapore like every second day, just doing work, doing TV commercials. He's the prime, you know, that's his business. He's the main director on all these, you know, huge big budget TV commercials, and he just lives out of China now, or lives out of Singapore or Vietnam or wherever it is this week. Lots of Asian work, and he's always flying to and fro, and I don't think he gets any time to work on it. So do I still sometimes use the Tech 225? No, not really, unless I had something very specific. But for general use, no, I don't use it. No, I've never worked on aerospace projects. Can I draw something silly on the whiteboard directly behind me? What do you want me to draw, a dick and balls or something? I could draw like a foo, you know. It's just ridiculous, you know. Like, it's foo. Oh dear. Can I check how many of my viewers are Polish? Yeah, I can do that. I can tell you how many of my subscribers. Let me go into YouTube. Go into the stats. I can find that out. Boy. What are new videos up? Hey, Alan Garfield's uploaded a new video. Web interface for motion controller. Oh, that sounds interesting. Some more EEPROM 9 videos. Alright, stats. Yeah. Sorry, I get sidetracked. Manager. Blah, 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 blah. Stats, it'll only take a second. Let me get in there. Analytics. YouTube analytics and subscribers. Where's it under? Traffic, no. Demographics, there we go. Demographics, there you go. My current, in the last month, by default, last 30 days, 4.5% female. For those who are asking. 4.5% female, and all time is, come on, load. Takes a while. It's got to process more data. It's got to process 4 years worth of data. Oh, it's still spinning its wheels. Don't like it. Oh, there you go, same. 4.3% female. There you go. Over the lifetime of views. So, alright, now you want to know, here we go. I can show you this because it's not showing any of my, here we go. I should try and get this screen capture thing working, but they're the top countries. Top countries: United States, UK, Germany, Australia, Canada, Netherlands, Poland, Sweden, Brazil, Finland. They're the top 10. So let me... sorry, which country was it? Mental block. Polish, wasn't it? Polish. Sorry, Poland. All right. So I can go to the... See, it doesn't let me go next. It says only top 10 locations available. It's really annoying. There is a way around that. Sorry, but Poland's not in the top 10. Well, I can tell you that it is under... Oh, actually, no. See, it doesn't give you a total percentage. You've got to add up all the percentages. Sorry, sorry, Polish. Yes, Poland. Yes, Poland's 7. Sorry, I missed it. Poland's number 7 with a bullet. So there you go. In the last month, I've had 9,152 views from Poland. And 10% of those are aged 13 to 17 years. There you go. The majority are aged 25 to 34 years. So yeah, sorry, Poland is number 7. There you go. Awesome. Yep, somebody mentioned there, Poland is 7, because I missed it. That's what happens when you're trying to talk and look at stuff at the same time. And all time, if we go lifetime, let's look at the lifetime data. Yep, Poland's still at number 7. Lifetime views. There you go. Poland's still at number 7 with 258,000 views from Poland. And that list, I think, is still identical over the lifetime views. US first, UK, Germany, Australia, Canada, Netherlands, Poland, Sweden, Finland, India. There you go. They're the top countries who watch me on YouTube. I can't say about... I don't have the same stats on my blog site or anything like that, or the podcast, or I probably could get them maybe. I don't know. But there you go, number 7. Poland. Hi to all my Polish viewers. Just behind Netherlands in terms of the well, and the UK as well at number 2 for the UK countries. There you go. Interesting. I love stats. Yeah, I do have a real mental block sometimes. It happens. Shows up on video a lot. Postal asks, any reason not to be... Postal 666. Love the handle. Any reason not... pisses off the Christians, you know, 666. If you're only just new to the feed, then yeah, having a God debate before. Any reason not to pick up something like a Rygold DG 1022 or A10 as a first signal gen? No reason whatsoever. I think on the A10 one there might have been some firmware issues with the USB stick, possibly. I'm not sure if it's the right model I'm thinking of, but yeah, no drama. That would make a good first gen. Is that the single channel or the dual channel? But either way, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that'd make a nice first gen if you can afford it. What are they, $400 or something? What are some of the other EE YouTube channels that I enjoy? I've got a list of them. I've now put a list up on my YouTube page. If you go to my YouTube channels, there's links to other YouTube channels. Mike and Alan are here, or they were. Hang on. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're still here. If you're still here, Mike and Alan, hi. They're as in Alan Wolke, not Alan Yates. But Alan's so there's the two Alans I like. There's Mike's channel, of course, which everyone knows, you know, and there's others like Jerry and Ben and those guys who are all working at Valve now. All of those do good channels. I do enjoy Martin Lawton's channel. I think it's MJ Lawton or something. He's doing lots of multimeter videos and calibration videos and stuff like that, dummy load builds, things like that. I do like his videos. They're in a long-winded style like mine, which I like. Very conversational style, which I like. So, yeah. Anyway, there's a list of them on my YouTube channel. List of other ones that I want. I was going to do a video. I still want to do a video, just giving shout outs to other channels. So that will happen, I'm sure. Oh, right. I think my Polish viewership may go up because I'm being heavily promoted on a Polish EE forum. Awesome. Yeah, because I was contacted by a guy who either runs the Polish forum or is on it, and they've done some translation of my videos into Polish. And I've uploaded, for a couple of videos now, I've uploaded the text onto my YouTube, the annotation, the whatever it's bloody well called, onto a transcript, onto my videos. So I think 2 of my videos have Polish subtitles on them now, accurate subtitles, supposedly. I can't verify myself, but I'm told they're pretty good. So yeah, so that'd be nice. I mean, if anyone in the other country, any who speak other languages, want to translate any of my videos, please send me the file, but it's got to be compatible that you just upload to YouTube. It's got to have all the timing information in there and stuff like that. I'm not sure what the format is, but that's pretty cool. PSI asks, did I see the news about the UK having 7 years of recorded mains hum which they use to forensically prove if audio recordings are legit or edited? Yes, I didn't read it in depth. I heard about it. Yeah, I mean, but if you wanted to, you could. I mean, there's only limited. I mean, if you knew that they were looking for that stuff, you could fake it. So, or because if there's no mains hum on there, you could make your videos appear more authentic than what they actually are. Because if the original has no mains hum, I mean, not all audio has mains hum on it, right? It depends on, like, this one probably may not, because like there's no external mic, so it's all internal, it's all shielded on my camera here, the main camera. So yeah, I don't know, and I'm not using like the mains cord powering the thing or anything. It's running from battery, so the odds of it getting mains hum on it, even with a 16-bit ADC or 16-bit audio, is is probably, it's not going to be there. So if you know that you want to make your recordings, your edited bodged recordings appear more genuine, you could actually, and they didn't have the hum, you could add it at subtle levels, and yeah. I mean, I didn't know they had the 7-year history though. That's interesting. So are you saying that if they know the exact time and date of the recording, that they can go back in the history and actually get the exact cycle and that sort of stuff? That's pretty amazing. But then again, how do you know the exact time that video was shot? It might have a time date stamp on it, but how do you know that's accurate? I mean, most clocks are going to be out by a minute or two, right? I mean, they're going to have a plus minus couple of minutes uncertainty. So I don't know how much the mains frequency varies over that short period. So you'd have to correlate how much it changed over that short period with the with the error bar. You would have error bars on the time that the thing was shot. So yeah, I'm not sure you could do it. But you can check for mains hum to see if it's been edited. If they've like shortened out a clip or something, or they've added something in, and like a voiceover, and you see the mains hum suddenly disappear for a little section, then yeah, okay, they've. But you could fake that too. So, anyway, it's an interesting concept though. Have I seen one of the probably bullshit in brackets possible derivations of foo. I think I have. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I think I do have a recollection of seeing some sort of... You're talking about a proof, like a math proof of a foo or something like that, right? I think I may have seen it. Have I ever solved an EE problem in my sleep? I wouldn't know because I was sleeping at the time, but I have certainly woken up with woken up with great ideas. That's for sure. I've also lost a lot of ideas. I like to do a lot of thinking before I actually fall asleep, and by the time I wake up, it's all gone. So occasionally, you know, I sort of hop out of bed and race and write it down, you know, because I've come up with a great idea, or I've solved a problem, or I've, you know, done something just before I fall asleep. It's a very, very productive time. Oh, there you go. I answered that question. When do I do my best thinking? Yeah, probably before I go to sleep. Hey, yeah, thanks, Monkey. Put up the link for Martin Lawton's channel. Yeah, just like mine. Not everyone's going to like his style. You know, it's very conversational. Video's quite long, very conversational style like mine. So, but I like his channel anyway. He's doing good stuff. He's doing lots of it too. He's doing lots of videos. I think he was doing like 4 a week or something, 4 or 5 a week at one stage. Crazy, man. How can you detect ground pin on an audio jack with hardware? Well, you just see and check the continuity to the chassis or an external part of the metal case or something. It's usually connected. It's usually common ground. Which videos are translated? One of the PCB ones, you know, when I was measuring the PCB resistance, the solder as you wick the solder off and all that sort of stuff. I think one of those was translated. I can't remember the other one. It might have been the multimeter input protection. So if you go to multimeter input protection, I think possibly that one has Polish subtitles on that. Input protection, I think it might have been that. So if you...
Hi, quite a few people have asked me to do a video on multimeter input protection and how it actually works and how it relates to cat ratings and surge overload.
Pause. Why is it... No, sorry, no, there's only English automatic. No, it must be another video. Anyway, it's one of those PCB ones. I did 2 videos, I think, on the PCB trace, measuring PCB trace resistance. So if you do that, I'm sure one of those has Polish subtitles. Accurate Polish, being translated and, as I speak it, so it's all in real time. And have you been playing anything with your quadcopter? Not recently, but Roger's got some more time off now, so we plan on meeting up again to do quadcopter action. Hopefully actually get it in a canyon this season. that would be nice, because we missed out. Like, we built this like a year ago. We missed out last season. We just didn't have the time to finish it and get to a canyon and try it. And well, we'll get there eventually. One of those long-term goals, really. Boy. Yes, I am quite the outspoken atheist. Why not? I'm a hidden Polish guy. I am not a good enough programmer to be Polish. Polish are all good programmers, aren't they? What's one piece of equipment I can't live without? clearly a multimeter or something, you know. I mean, yeah, it's screwdriver, you know. Silly question, I guess. There's a dozen things. Okay, I've got 55 minutes left on the recording of my battery life left on my main recording. I've been going for 3 hours and 44 minutes, so it looks like I clearly am going to hit the 4 hours, which I was kind of targeting. So there you go, 4 hours, 1 bottle of water, and no food. I need food. Didn't have enough breakfast. Alright. What am I doing the rest of today? Well, I've probably got... I have to go back home. But the wife's out until like 1 maybe. So, I don't know. What's 11:30? Oh, wife hasn't made me lunch, so I'll probably go get some lunch. And then I might even shoot... try and debug the scope, the short on the scope board. Maybe I might turn on the video and actually try and get a video out, because otherwise I'm not getting a video out until Tuesday night, Wednesday. Because as I said, weekends are normally still wife reserved. So So yeah, if she's got an idea, like, occasionally I can work, if I'm lucky I can work a full day on the weekend if I've got something urgent to do and she's got nothing better planned or it's raining or something, and but otherwise, yeah, generally the weekends are, yeah, whatever the wife wants to do, spend time with the family, that sort of stuff. And then Mondays is full-time daycare. I take care of Sagan all day on Monday. I occasionally usually I actually bring him in here, just, potter around for half an hour, so I can sort of catch up on a few little odds and ends maybe, but I can't really shoot a video with him here. So Mondays are out, and then I like to take him out somewhere and do stuff. So, I don't do anything on Mondays. And then Tuesday is the radio show, then a teardown. So I am committed to do the teardown Tuesday. So that takes all of Tuesday. So really that leaves me Wednesday, Thursday and Friday to do videos. And a lot of the time I might be working on microcurrents, or I might be working on the project, or I might be just doing miscellaneous housekeeping stuff. So yeah, so really, like at best, you can't expect more than 3 videos a week. I'd be struggling. So my average has probably dropped a bit since the wife went back to work, and I now don't have the Mondays. So yeah. So yes, the rest of the day, the wife's going to be back home about 1 o'clock or something. So I've got to head back. She wants me there. I've got chores to do, apparently. So there you go. Yeah, so my day's terribly exciting. And then I'll probably play with Sagan in the afternoon. It's a cool little dude. Have I ever thought about using a color TFT from one of my projects? No, it hasn't really fitted. No, none of the projects I've got in the pipeline really can make use of a color TFT, really. One wacky project I thought I'd do just for kicks, to see if it was possible, was to actually make the world's thinnest tablet. Like, I was going to do that. I was actually going to, because I think I could actually do it. If you don't have to mass manufacture the thing, there's lots of, or meet some strict demand for something. I reckon I could I thought just for kicks, I'd make the world's thinnest tablet. And that'd, I'm sure if I did that, it'd go like viral. The nerds would go ape shit on, Slashdot. I'd probably get Slashdotted and all sorts of things, Australian nutcase builds his own world's thinnest tablet, So that was a fleeting thought I had, that I'd actually, it's possible I could do it. I don't know, just for kicks. I don't know why, it just popped in my head one day that I'd do that. But once again, you've got to devote a serious amount of time to it. 74XX Chemi chips. Huh? What are Chemi chips? What's that, in Polish or something? Yeah, it's in Polish. Oh, they're a brand, are they? Or something. There you go. Looks like it's Chemi brand 74 series logic, Polish. Whew. Yeah, I'll try and have a go at the scope. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to do more repair videos. The thing is, I'm trying to find something to repair. I'm trying to actively search eBay for like broken stuff now, and you know, because I do like the repair videos, but sometimes, you know, I mean, you know, other people are uploading repair videos, and some of them are, yeah, they get lucky, they get something that's easy. I don't think this scope is going to be that easy. I suspect, anyway. It could be. Maybe when I find this short, that could be it. And bango, I remove that component, and if it's not critical, I'd leave it out, like if it's one of the channels or something, or if I can, yeah, fix it. Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, not all repairs are as easy as you know, and it's also easier to fix it and then do a video and then upload it. That's much easier than, you know, and much less embarrassing than shooting. What I'm going to do with this thing, I'm going to shoot a live video of me actually tracking down the short and then trying to find it and maybe trying to repair it, and do that. And up front, I'm going to have to say, I'll probably say this in the video, I'll probably say, look, this is live, this is, you know, I have no idea where this fault is, I have no idea if it'll fix it, I have no idea if I'll be able to find it and fix it. It could be like a horrible internal power plane short or something, who knows, I doubt it. I think it's a component, of course, the odds are that it is, but yeah, it may not be easy to find, and it may not fix the problem, and I may not be able to fix this scope and in this video. And, you know, and then I still get complaints from people, oh, you couldn't fix it, oh, you're a dummy, you don't know how to fix stuff. Well, fixing stuff it comes down to a lot. A, it takes time, and B, luck. Sometimes that it's a problem that you find quickly, and it's easy to fix. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. So that's the danger of, you know, uploading, actually shooting repair videos and then uploading them without a fix, like I did with the Yamaha one. I copped a lot of flack over that, you know, because I uploaded a video. Well, it was tear down on Tuesday or whatever, and I was committed to upload the video, and I didn't find it. Well, sorry, you know, you know, Murphy conspired against me that I didn't find it. I wasn't able to track it down within that day, you know, within the hour or something I spent on it, or whatever, shooting the video. Like, well, you know, that sort of stuff happens. So, yeah, I don't know, it's tough. Microwave pizza. How about live streaming the webcam continuously? Need the lab time fix? Oh, I've thought about it. I mean, you know, I've got this stupid thing here which I can't get working. You know, I've got one of these pan tilt. That was the idea. You know, I was going to put this up in the corner, up there or something, and have it looking down on the lab, and people could log in and they could, you know, control the pan tilt on the thing like that, and, you know, I can see in the dark, it's got the infrared and stuff, and it's network connectable, but I never was able to get the thing working via the internet. It's supposed to be easy. I don't know, I'm too dumb. Follow the instructions, didn't work. Anyway, I got it sort of working locally, and then it played up, and anyway, yeah, I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. See, Jerry used to do that. She used to leave a camera in on the lab, and she regrets it. You know, like people would just get in the way and distract her, and you know, so I don't know if I want to go to that level. Maybe, you know, look, yeah, I mean, I can control when I turn it on and off. So, you know, if I can get that thing working, I certainly might install it, and then people can control the pan tilt camera and look around the lab and, I don't know, knock yourself out. Yes, Norwegian guy. Yes, I plan on Mailbag Monday. You missed the video before and you're not following me on Twitter. I tweeted a photo of it. I have like 14 or 15 items in my mailbag. So no, please don't send me any more. I'm already going to need 2 or 3 videos because I know what's in a couple of them. And they're going to take like videos in their own right. So I'll have to open and go, hey, look, it's the new Analog Discovery chip, and then I'm going to have to do a separate video on it. So, yeah, I can't open those all in one video, so it's like 2 or 3 mailbags videos worth easy, plus follow-on videos for a couple of things I know that are in there. So, whew. Did I dump the TV with a broken column driver? No, I still use it. It's still in our lounge room. Sagan watches it. Have you or anyone in audience observed effects of sugar high, sugar rush? What? Unstoppable giggling if triggered first after consuming large amounts of sugar. After being sugar-free. What? I love my sugar. I'm a sugar addict. As you know, I try and eat healthy and organic and all that sort of stuff 90% of the time, but you put a bag of lollies in front of me and I will devour the entire bag in one sitting. I cannot help myself. And I was raised on sugar. I grew up on sugar. I've got sugar in my veins, you know. So yeah, I love sugar. But no, I've never had a sugar high, sugar rush. I just enjoy eating it. I don't, you know, it doesn't make me hyper or anything like that. So I'm not sure what a sugar high or a sugar rush is. Maybe it is that, or maybe I am feeling it, and it is that unstoppable urge, you know, that urge to continue to eat the entire packet of lollies, you know, and so, or ice cream, you know, I'll eat an entire tub of ice cream, you know, like, yep. So yeah, maybe I am, is the answer. Yes, maybe I do have experienced that, and I don't know it. No, the scope won't be hot pluggable for scopes. No, the tablet won't be hot pluggable for scopes. Whew. Whew. Monkey says there's nothing wrong with uploading repair videos without the fix. Yeah, there's still. Yeah, I totally agree. I think they're still instructional in the debugging and stuff like that. Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, but then I've got to be willing to cop all the flack. You know, like, oh, Dave can't fix shit. And yeah, I'm not the world's best repair. You know, I started out doing full-time repair. That was my first job. Oh, not full-time repair, but you know, that's was one of my main tasks as in my first job I was a repair tech. So yeah, so I don't think I'm necessarily bad at it. Not as good as many others, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's something I rarely do. It's something I rarely do. So, you know, I don't have the parts, and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, things like that. So, yeah, I'm not a daily repair tech, so I'm not the best at it. But yeah, I think it's instructional, so I think it's worth uploading the video, and I do it. You've seen me do it quite a few times, but yeah, I cop lots of shit over it, and I don't know, it's annoying more than anything. Don't really care, but you know, you read the comments and people slag you off, and whatever. How would I approach troubleshooting a humming LCD TV that follows volume? See, I have no idea. I don't work on repairing TVs. I've never worked on, you know, if you asked a TV service tech that, you know, bang, they'd tell you straight away. You know, I don't know. I could pull an idea out of my ass, you know. How, you know, a humming LCD TV. I don't know. You know, if it wasn't, you know, if it was fine before and it's humming now, I mean, that's a different failure mode to it's always been humming. I mean, you buy one of these cheap as chips LCDs, these one hung low brand LCDs, and they probably hum all the time, you know. It's actually designed in. I don't know, a cap's failed somewhere, you know, you'd start looking around the caps first. You'd check your power supplies, make sure you're, of course, you know, you check your, you know, first rule of troubleshooting, thou shalt measure voltages. Thou shalt check your power rails. So you check for hum on the power rails to see if it's coming through like that. And if not, well, you know, where do you start from there? You start physically checking some of the caps. I don't know. It's most likely to be a power supply, though, if it's mains hum. But then again, if it's like a hum coming through a system when you hook it up or something like that, that's a totally different ballgame. Again. Whew. So yeah, power supply is always the first port of call, especially if it's hum, and you're getting 50 hertz hum coming in. It's coming through the power supply. Do I order food to the lab? No, I never have. I've never ordered pizza and had it delivered or anything like that, because I can just walk down to the shop and get something. You know, it's not far. So, you know, it's a couple of minutes walk to the nearest food. But yes, I do bring food back into the lab and I eat in the lab. I eat my lunch here in the lab. Occasionally I go out and smell the roses, but nah. Somebody asked, do I have a window in the lab? No, I don't. I have some glass, so I can see the corridors. Technically, if I get up on my tippy toes, I've done a video on this, so I can get up on my tippy toes in the main cubicle office just in front of me here. I can see through the glass, I can see down the corridor and out a window. So technically, let's hang on, I'll have a look. Let's have a look. And no, I forgot that I've actually got to jump up to see over the frosting on the glass, because the glass is frosted and it's clear at the top and it's clear at the bottom. And I couldn't jump because there's so much shit in there. So, oh boy. Whew. Mike asks, how can I have that many mailbag goodies for so long and not opening them immediately? I know, because I know it's in a couple of them. I want to open them, but that's the whole idea of the mailbag video. I open them live on camera, and yeah, you know, maybe I should just actually as I get them, open them as I get them, and then keep those recordings. But then it all gets messed up. You know, I could do that as I get them. As soon as I get it, set up the camera, open it, and then stitch those videos together, actually pretending that I did it all in one big video when I actually shot, you know, all the bits several weeks apart or whatever. So I could do that in theory. But yeah, I don't know. But I don't like doing that, because I do like to shoot videos in sequence. I hate chopping stuff up and waiting to the next day and all that sort of stuff. Because video gets lost, can accidentally get lost. I can lose enthusiasm, never get back to it, forget about it, all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, I want to do more repair videos. I don't know, it's hard to find stuff that's interesting and faulty that looks like it can be, that sounds like it can be repaired. But I am actively searching eBay for some stuff, possibly. Yes, I do have the Dangerous Prototypes PCB. Yes, it's in that pile right there, I believe. But I haven't opened any of it, so I'm not 100% sure. But yes, I do have those boards, apparently. I've got the new Bus Pirate or something, plus I've got a DigiLent analog discovery board. I've got another thing from Elector, don't know what that is. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, man. It'll take me 3 videos to get through that. stuff. Unbelievable. I shouldn't let it pile up so long, but those things have conspired to do that. So things have conspired against me to do that. Whew. What's my max bench and curl in the gym? I don't. I train for muscular endurance, not for muscular strength. So I train for endurance. I do almost exclusively endurance weight training. So I will do, I will squat 50 kilos for 5 minutes continuous, for example. Like I do a pump, if anyone's familiar with that, as in the Hez Mills pump thing. I'll do like 50 kilos for 5 minutes squatting. I'll do 20 kilo biceps for 5 minutes continuous. Stuff like that. So I couldn't actually tell you what I can bench press max. I'm sure it's not much because I train for muscular endurance. So it's a totally different concept. So you get these huge bodybuilders. They have freaking biceps out to here, right? And they come in and they can't lift half the weight I can for half the time, or they can't lift the same weight for half the time, because they're no good at endurance. They just train for strength. They do their 10, 15 reps max, whereas I'll do, 200-300 reps kind of thing. So totally different training style. So yeah, I don't know. I can tell you, how long I can go for, in terms of, so that sort of thing, but not max weights. Like, as in, like, if you're talking like a single rep max, I have no idea. I don't do single rep training. Imperial versus metric system, my pick. Metric, of course. Why would anyone pick Imperial? I still use Imperial just out of habit for stuff, or somewhere where it's useful. Still, for example, like IC pin pitch, is still very useful for through-hole stuff still. But yeah, no, generally metric, of course. Are you aware that all EEVblog videos are over 160 gigabytes? Are they? As in, like, the YouTube versions, or are you talking about the podcast versions? I don't think the podcast versions are 160 gig. But yeah, that wouldn't be surprising me if you download them all from YouTube. I'm not sure what they are in their original form before they were uploaded to YouTube. I'm not sure. I'd have to have a look at my archives. I was actually going to have a look. I was going to post, I was going to do like a tweet. I was going to actually have a look and look at how many video clips I've shot in over all my videos, all 400 plus videos. I'm going to have a look and actually count the number of videos. And if I can, look at the total length of time on the videos. That'd be cool. Just, to know how many scenes I've shot. But, the average video's got like 30 clips in it or something crazy. So yeah, I am running out of space, although the lab's not as efficiently tidy as it should be. It's just shit dumped on the floor. And sometimes I can't walk in here for the stuff dumped on the floor. It's totally embarrassing. But yeah, no, I've still got more than enough space. So yeah, I'm running out of space when I just dump stuff, but I've still got, if I organise stuff, I've still got space in the lab. So woohoo! See you, Moo. It's 2 a.m. Yay! Go to bed. See ya. And we've hit 4 hours. 4 hours and 8 minutes. Woohoo! There you go. That's ridiculous. I've got 41 minutes left on the battery. 4 hours. How long will this take to upload? I won't upload it in full HD. I'll have to transcode it down into 1280 by 720 just so it's a reasonable file size to upload. Man. It's ridiculous. Is my chat still going? Yeah, chat's still hanging in there. 4 hours and 12 minutes. Wow. It'd really suck if I got in there and I pressed stop and then it crashed or something and then wouldn't let me save it. That'd really suck. So, yeah, it's 12 o'clock. I mean, I started at 7:30. It's 12 o'clock. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, yeah, I should call it quits very shortly. Any more questions? Ah, yeah. JPL Cesar? Yeah, there was a video I put up on my channel of somebody smashing a tech scope with their car. They ran over it with the car and destroyed it and stuff. And I was asked to remove the video by the people who did it. They like when they first, they first said, yeah, upload it. Look, it's fun. I said, oh, that, I'll just upload that. That'll be fun. People will think that's, people will have a laugh, So I uploaded the video as it was. I had no say in the editing of it with all the Agilent shit, and so it was done by them. And I thought, oh yeah, I'll just upload it. It's just a fun video. So I uploaded it, and then all hell broke loose, and I got a ton of flame mail. But that wasn't the reason I removed it. The reason I removed it is because then the people who originally shot it realized how popular it was getting and realized that their names and faces were on it, and they just wanted me to, and they got nervous and they wanted to take it down. So yeah, I complied with their request and I took it down. So sorry. It wasn't because I got flame mail. No, I don't care. Right? If people don't like a video, I'm not going to remove it. Screw you. Do you have posters of your drawing or your drawing of yourself that you use at the end of your videos? Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't have that poster. No, I don't have. No. A local artist here in Sydney did that for me, and the one with the hand that you see at the end of the video, which is a cartoon character me. No, I don't have it as a poster. I just use it as a bit of a backdrop on logo kind of thing on various things. Whew. You think there's a market for a very portable, low jitter MIDI and audio recorder with USB storage? Please design one. Yeah, right. Where are the Dave Cads? You can buy Dave Cad. I was actually thinking of selling Dave Cad. Seriously, I was all hyped at one stage to actually get them printed, like a post-it notes, like peel off post-it notes. But I was gonna add, like I was gonna actually have them also have a print on them with oh god, I need food. I was going to have them printed with a grid, like a light grid, like an engineering grid kind of thing. And I was going to have like Dave Cad written down the bottom and maybe some useful formulas or something on the back or something like that. And I was going to get them printed into pads and sell them, as Dave Cad. But I don't know, like, yeah, I'd probably sell a lot of them, but I wouldn't make any money on it. There wouldn't be any money in it, so I'd be spending all my time shipping out these bloody pads, and, it'd be fun, I guess, just to do it, but it'd chew up a lot of my time. And it's, and it costs money, like to post. Most of my audience is overseas, and they'd all want one. And so then I got into the whole customs. Oh, no, I can send it as a letter, I think. But yeah, so I was actually going to design it so it fitted into a letter size thing, and weight, under the letter weight, so I wouldn't have to fill out the customs form or whatever. I could just slap a stamp on it and send it as a letter. Yeah, and I got some prices and stuff, and they're not bad. They're not that cheap though. Double-sided printing was hard. Double-sided and then make them into pads was hard for some reason. So, but I still might do a single sided one. I was going to do like a maybe bigger, like, you know, the double width. So not the single pad, not the regular post-it pad, but a double width post-it pad, because I think that was within the maximum weight that you could put in a letter envelope or something, and maximum thickness, and you could only send one at a time. So if people wanted to buy 5, you know, I'd have to fill out a customs form and everything to ship it. Oh man. But maybe I could have international dealers for DaveCAD pads or something. I don't know. If people think I should do it, please let me know. Maybe I will, just for kicks, you know, just for fun kind of thing. I don't know. So yeah, that's the DaveCAD thing. I don't know, anyone? Thumbs up if you want me to do a DaveCAD pad. Like, you know, you'd be in for it. See, I don't know how popular it'd be. I think it might be reasonably popular. I'd probably sell many hundreds of them. Yeah. Thumbs up. Yeah, I'm barely awake. I just... 4 hours continuous talking, answering questions. Bloody Inquisition. Oh, man. So, yeah, I should call it quits shortly. So any more quick last-minute questions, because it seems like I've done nothing. It seems like I've answered nothing, but it's 4 hours and 15 minutes recording. So I started 15 minutes before that, so I've been going 4.5 hours. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's 12 o'clock. It's lunchtime. Yeah, I've always thought about putting a clock up there so it'd be in every video, you know, and I'd have it ticking over, and, you know, and then people would know, but then people would know when my scene cuts are. People would then be able to see when I went to lunch and I filmed this bit after lunch and stuff like that. And I don't know, it might be distracting, and I don't know, yeah, it's a neat idea, it's a novel idea to put a clock on the wall in my videos and stuff, but I don't know. No, I haven't played with remote control planes. It's 1 AM, dinner time. See ya, monkey. Oh, Shadow, the Rygold 2000 review. Shadow Computer Viper. Yeah, I'm waiting for the new firmware. I don't want to do a review of that until I've got the latest firmware, so I'm sort of holding off on that a bit. They promised it to me a couple of weeks ago, and then they delayed it, so I don't know. Yeah, sync the clock to the camera off. Yeah, I could do that, but then people would see all the dead time as well, you know. So then it'd be in the same thing. Yeah, I've been recording. I've got, you know, it's like 2 hours of recording, so it'd show 2 hours, you know. But you know, but the video's only 30 minutes because I've edited 2 hours worth of footage down to 30 minutes, you know. Yeah. What do I think about arming dip? Oh yeah, it's kind of novel. You're not going to use it in production though, so it's kind of neat for the breadboard people, I guess. Maybe they're pretty limited though. I think some of them don't even have ADCs in them or something. No, I never found a useful tally light for the camera. No, I never finished that. As always, I don't finish anything. Sigh. Could I run the scope demo? And the next best scope you're going to review? Oh, maybe. A sub-forum on the EEVblog forum for electrical stuff. Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to limit that. I don't know. Maybe we can do a poll. I mean, start a poll. Jump on the forum, start a poll. Would you like to see a, you know, don't ask me, because I'm going to ask the audience. You know, I'm going to ask the audience. I'm going to ask the forum people if they want another category or not. Generally, the answer is no. People think there's already enough categories, I think, is the answer. Anyway, I've got to go. This is 4 hours and 20 minutes recording time. This is ridiculous. So, unless there's any absolutely 11th hour last minute questions, that's it, folks. Woo! 4 hours and 20 minutes, I'm knackered. Oh no, I could go for another 4 hours. I've got endurance. But I'm a bit hungry. So I need food. So yeah, I'll probably upload this as the number 400. I don't know what the next 2 videos will be. No idea. Maybe one will be the scope. Maybe I might spend another hour on that today, perhaps. What am I going to eat? No idea. Probably go down and get burger and chips or something. Thanks, shoot. Don't even know how to pronounce your handle. You just got in and caught the end of it. Oops. You missed 4 hours and 20 minutes worth. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah, got to get out. Yeah, okay, I'm going to leave. Otherwise, no. Otherwise, it's just going to get ridiculous. So, alright guys, thanks for joining me. Didn't do any useful. Just spent 4 hours answering questions and ranting on. I hope you enjoyed the God rant. Someone wants to debate me about religion. Off the forum. By all means, go for it. Alright, thanks guys. See you Joanna, see you System Tech, see you Microwave Pizza. See you Fenclu. Everyone, Mike's there. Fallon's still here. See you guys. And lack of the firearm rant. Yeah, I didn't want to get in the firearm. I've got to go probably eat my lunch and watch the latest news in regards to that US incident. Tragic US incident. What time is it there, Mike? What's the time in the UK? London, I'm presuming you live near. 1 a.m. All right. Are you married? Do you have a wife? Or is he not going to answer that? Does Mike have a wife? What do you think? No, I suspect not. That's how you can get away with buying a bloody X-ray machine and bringing it home. You lucky bastard. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'd be doing if I was not married, let me tell you. There's a lot of stuff. Including an upcoming trip, which I'm deciding whether or not I'm going to do. As well, upcoming overseas trip. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just tough these days. It's tough. So, yeah, oh, to be young and single again. Yep, you'd be Yeah, I would set up the cam 24/7 in the shop and I'd be living in a big warehouse just full of junk and shit. You know, it'd be... and I'd be on the road and I'd be travelling the world and... Yeah. Oh, well, I live a different lifestyle now. Which is all good too. There's nothing wrong with my current lifestyle. I really enjoy it. Yeah, it's just different to when you're... Oh, that trip to Agilent, Mike. Yeah, that's still happening. They cancelled the thing with upgrading my scope to the 1 gig. They said that they didn't want to do that anymore. There were too many issues, but they still want to send me, I think last I heard was probably January sometime. So next month, hopefully, I'll go down to Agilent in Melbourne. They want me to see their new cow lab. They've got this really new cool cow lab in a shipping container kind of thing. So like as a portable cow lab. They call it the TARDIS, which is cool. And so, yeah, that's definitely going to happen. So, yeah, they just need to tee up when it's actually down here because it's mobile. It's not always there. So, yeah. Yeah, women. Oh, dear. Yes. I went to a... I've got to tell the story. He may actually be watching. He may watch the video. I won't name him. He's asked me not to name him. I went to a friend's home the other day. He invited me over and just to talk shop and talk industry and stuff. It was really cool. And yeah, he also is not married and does not have a girlfriend, and he's living in this rented house, and the whole house, he's got a lab in every room, and parts scattered all on the floor throughout the house, and it was great. It was like nerd heaven, you know. It was fan, and he works on some cool shit. And yeah, so he's got hundreds of different projects he's working on, you know, he's worked on, all scattered in different rooms. So you walk into a new room, and it was almost like a different theme as you walked in a new room, and it was great. And because he was renting the house, he didn't bother with, you know, shelves and permanent fixtures. So it was all like on the floor or on temporary benches or whatever. And it was great. And I just thought, yeah, that's awesome. It's awesome if you could do it. 5 hours recording, is it? All right, this is ridiculous. 5 hours, 4 hours, 25 minutes. I may as well get to 4.5, right? Any last 5 minute rant on religion? Last 5 minutes? No. Come to the USA. Yeah, well, yeah, there's an offer there at the moment. Thinking about it. It's just complicated. 3 a.m. in Finland. Joanna, don't you have a husband? Don't you have a partner? I don't want to assume that you have a husband. 3 a.m. Go to bed. Thanks for staying up. That's crazy. More rant videos. Oh, yeah, I don't really do the rant videos much anymore. I'm not hugely keen on them. I want to maybe do some walk time rants. Maybe I want to bring that back, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to find good ranting material, though. Go to the UK. Oh, it's even further than the US. My worst nightmare is travelling to the UK. Economy class or any class. Travelling to Europe. It's just horrible. It's a horrible trip. I'd love to go back to the UK. Love it. I love the UK. Love to go there. Yeah, it's a horrible trip. Horrible trip. So, yeah, that'd be cool. See, I'd love to do that. I'd love to go on trips and do collaboration videos, you know, go to the UK and do something with Mike. I could go to South Africa, do something with Martin. Haven't been to South Africa before. I could go to the US, of course, and do stuff with all the US guys. And, yeah, go to Germany, Europe, do the, you know, yeah. I just turned down a trip to Germany. I was offered a trip to Germany in late December. I turned it down. I was offered to go talk at I think I've mentioned it. I'm sure, somewhere. Maybe on Twitter. Yeah, turned it down. Because it's all that way to travel to Germany. As much as I'd love to go there, love to go back. And it was like December 27th or something. So like I'd have to leave like on Christmas night or something, you know, and miss your New Year's and miss the whole break period. No, it's just not going to happen. So, yeah. So yeah, I'd love to do more collaboration videos, but I'm stuck here in the backwater that is Australia, you know. So, living alone, no one's interested, Joanna. Come on. You're female. Well, that's probably enough, isn't it? I'm sure you'll get no shortage of offers. Usually you don't need to be much more than female to get offers. Qantas economy ain't so bad. Yes, it is. All economies as bad as I've gone to Germany before business class, and it was still no fun. I don't. Maybe I'm just getting old and cranky. I just don't like the plane. I used to like it. I used to enjoy the plane travel. You know, watching 10 videos straight, or 5-6 videos straight, or something. Because I don't sleep on planes. So if it's a 14-hour flight, I stay awake for 14 hours. If it's going to the US, 14, 15 hours. Plus all the time before and after. So I just won't sleep for like 2 days. Going to Europe, I won't sleep for 2 days straight. So I'll come off the plane looking like shit. it's not good. So yeah, if I go to Europe, it's a you know, it's a 14-hour flight plus, it's two 12-hour flights back to back, and I'll stay awake the whole time. It's crazy, I know, but I can't get to sleep on planes. It doesn't work for me for some reason. So, yeah, that's why it's a horrible trip. Don't enjoy it. Yeah, and you get screaming kids, or you get sat next to the fat I've been squished all the way to Europe between two fat people like this, and their fat's hanging over the armrest in economy, right? So I'm like, my arms are literally in like this, and I had a non-working screen. Okay, that was my first overseas trip, going to England. Oh, man. Jesus, that was bad. Nightmare. Anyway. Sleeping pills, no. I don't take drugs. I avoid all sorts of medicine and drug if at all possible. I literally have to have my arm hanging off by one thread, I think, before I started taking any drugs. Sleeping pills or anything like that. No. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to do it, but yeah, my lifestyle's changed now, unfortunately. I don't like to see... I love my family. I love being with Sagan. I can't take him with me. And so it's a tough call to take these overseas trips. You know, I've turned down like 3 now. Since I've had Sagan. So... yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but anyway. Alright guys, it is 4:30. We hit the 4:30 mark. Recording, there we go. Brilliant. Alright, thanks for joining me guys. I'm out of here. 20 past 12. Thanks to everyone who stuck around. We've still got 89 guests and 52 viewers. Awesome. And most of you, I think, have been here from the start. So huge thumbs up. Push the button. I'm going to stop recording on Ustream. I've done. So Ustream is saved. Boom. I'm going to stop recording. The main recording, which will go up as the 400th. See ya.